Because, the foreign minister of Iran has been saying that if US does strike, he had warned that there'll be consequences for the United States as well. But what about the leadership there? Because there was a talk of a regime change as well. That was said that, that this is what the US is aiming for. However, Israel denied that any such there's no action really happening as far as that is concerned. But now that this action by the US has taken place, how is the leadership in Iran going to be affected?
I believe it's the present regime, the regime of Ali Khamenei. He's not even there. For a long time, this is being reported. There was speculation that he had fled. I don't think there is any future for that regime. If he goes, that is the primary aim of Israel and the United States. If this person who's dedicated to the elimination of Israel through nuclear weapons, if he goes and another regime, there are two options. Either somebody will replace him who would probably be more amenable to talking to the West and listening to them and abandoning Iran's nuclear program, or there would be total chaos. There would be a leadership vacuum, people on the streets. As we saw that in Iraq, I saw that in Libya, I've seen that in Syria. The Americans will really turn around and say, how does that bother me? I'm far away. The Israelis will turn around and say, how does that bother me? I'm far away. Let there be total chaos in Iran. Thank you very much. That seems to be the thing. It's a win-win situation. Right. A new leadership, pro-West. If not, total chaos, well, thank you very much. I'm very happy with that.
All right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Bora, for staying with us and giving us those insights onto that big story. And viewers, we'll keep getting you all the updates on the big story that we are tracking this Sunday morning, and that is United States hitting 3 nuclear sites.
هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خوناب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیرکل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
24 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजेल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
עוד אחד. אני שומע. הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles because it's very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית, אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הטילים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הטילים האלה. אני, בפן האישי אמרתי, אני לא רוצה לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. לצערי הרב, אחרי הפגיעה שהייתה בפתח תקווה, שגם שם אנשים שהיו בתוך ממ"ד נהרגו, אז אמרתי, יאללה, בואו נשען פה.
Reality in Israel, so you're having dinner and you go to Siren, you're getting a facial, you're living your life, you're trying to live your life and can't live your life. There were 500 sirens today. 500. כמה טילים? This is reality. This is reality in Israel.
استنى بتصورهم.
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं जो काम हमारे किया है और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना और किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से सब विजिबल था, तो हमें तेहरान से दूसरे स्टेट में कुंभ में ले गए एंड कुंभ से मशहद एंड मशहद से फाइनली आज इंडिया हमारी फ्लाइट थी।
هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خوناب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیرکل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
तो 20 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
עם מלאכיו יצווה לך, לשמורך בכל דרכיך. על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בתייש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיביתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
אז לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית.
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם בטבח נורא, בשמחת תורה, ביום חג, ביום של שירה וריקודים.
סליחה שלא אמרתי את זה יותר פעמים בחיים, כי עכשיו כבר מאוחר.
You're watching live this morning, and a big breaking news is the United States has bombed Iran's 3 nuclear sites. The 3 nuclear sites that have been bombed are... So Donald Trump has confirmed that the US has hit Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan nuclear sites in Iran. So big breaking story that we are bringing to you at this time is that US has gotten involved in the Israel-Iran conflict, and Donald Trump has said that we have completed attack on 3 nuke sites, and what he called was a very successful mission. He mentioned that US has hit Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan nuclear sites. And he has said this in a social media post as the conflict between Israel and Iran enters its second week. And Donald Trump is going to also address the nation. The president said that he will deliver an address to the United States at 10 p.m. ET, that is the US time, from the White House. Remember, Donald Trump had been weighing the strikes for days, and he had earlier mentioned that he would rely on diplomacy, and he mentioned that he had given 2 weeks for Iran to resort to diplomacy. But Donald Trump has now entered, has US made sure that the US has entered the Israel-Iran conflict. So social media post mentioning Donald Trump mentioning and announcing this big strikes on Iran's nuclear plants. He also mentioned that he's going to address the nation about these strikes. So 3 nuclear sites in Iran have been attacked. So US President Donald Trump says the US has bombed Fordo and other nuclear sites, and he called the strikes as very successful, adding that a full payload of bombs was dropped on Fordo, which is now, Fordo is the Iran's main enrichment site. That has been bombed, and 2 other sites have been bombed. So Donald Trump is also now set to make a televised address from the White House at in about 30 minutes or maybe 25 minutes from now. And he had mentioned that B-2 stealth bombers have been sent to carry out these attacks. And he mentioned that they have come back. They are in fact coming back, and they have successfully left the Iran's airspace. So in a short while from now, we are going to hear live of the United States President Donald Trump giving an address to the nation about the attack that has been carried out on Iran. So US successfully hitting 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. As remember, hostilities really have been escalating, and the 2 sides, Iran and Israel, they in fact carried out airstrikes against each other even during the night. And Donald Trump announcing this on social media. In about 20-25 minutes from now, there's going to be a formal address that US President Donald Trump would be delivering. And in his social media post, Donald Trump says now is the time for peace. He said that American planes completed a very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. And earlier, he had said that he would take as long as 2 weeks to decide whether the US should enter the conflict on the Israel sides. But this Sunday morning, that is Saturday evening for the United States, he said that American planes completed a very successful attack on Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. He mentioned that all the planes are now outside of Iranian airspace, and a full payload of bombs were dropped on the primary site Fordo, and all planes are safely on their way home. And in fact, he added that congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. And he added in bold, now is the time for peace. And Donald Trump said that he will address the nation at 10 p.m. local time regarding US's very successful military operation in Iran. He said, this is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. And as we mentioned earlier, that Israel's former defense minister Yoav Gallant has reacted to the US strikes, and he said that the world is now a safer place. He said President Trump took a bold decision for the United States, for Israel and for all of humanity, he posted on X. All right, we'll continue tracking this big story this morning that US has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. We'll get all the updates and, of course, Donald Trump addressing the nation. That will also come in about 20-25 minutes from now. Stay tuned with us.
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं जो काम हमारे उन्होंने किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना, किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से सब विजिबल था, तो हमें तेहरान से दूसरे स्टेट में कुंभ में ले गए एंड कुंभ से मशहद एंड मशहद फाइनली आज इंडिया हमारी फ्लाइट थी।
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
באו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית ותהיה
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here. This week on Get Me Right is G7 dead. With its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south, is the club of the rich seven becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. So did you sleep well? You slept well, right? You see, everyone has their own morning rituals. Some like to catch up on the news, some like to have tea, some go for a morning walk, and others enjoy paranthas or idlis. Generally, people enjoy their own rituals, but it feels best when someone cares for you. So let us start a new caring ritual today. Ask, did you sleep well? We'll ask you every day. You should also ask the people around you too. And with that, let's start with the headlines. US joins Israel's attack on Iran, bombs the 3 key nuclear sites in Iran. Israel hails President Trump's action on Iran, calls it bold decision for the United States, for Israel, and for all of humanity. Third batch of Indian students arrive from Iran to New Delhi. India as the neighbors hail success of Operation Sindhu. Amit Shah to review anti-Maoist operations in Chhattisgarh, to meet a security personnel on 2-day trip. Amit Shah rules out restoring Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan, talks tough on the status quo. Big breaking news coming in at this moment. Donald Trump, US President, has announced that American forces have carried out coordinated airstrikes on the Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan nuclear sites in Iran. A major escalation and the first direct US military involvement in the conflict alongside Israel. In a post on Truth Social, Donald Trump confirmed the mission completion. He said, and I quote him now, "We have completed a very successful attack on the nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan." He wrote, "All planes are now outside of Iran's airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home." So US President Donald Trump making this announcement on a social media post that US has completed successful attack on 3 nuclear sites. And the United States has hit 3 nuclear plants, and these are the Fordo one in central Iran, Isfahan and Natanz. So US has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. In a short while from now, there's going to be an address by the American president from the White House on the 3 sites. So major escalation in the conflict between Israel and Iran, as the United States has now joined the conflict from Israel's side. It has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. And the US president made the declaration. He made the announcement on a social media post where he mentioned that airstrikes were carried out on Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz nuclear sites. All right, we are right now joined in by Mr. Saurabh Shukla, founder of News Mobile India. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. So how do you look at this major escalation that we are looking at as far as the Middle East conflict is concerned, because the United States has now joined the conflict from Israel's side? Donald Trump had earlier been resisting moves to enter the war, but now the US is full-fledged into it with the airstrikes. How do you look at the new development?
Well, I can tell you I'm here in Washington, D.C., and it's been regarded as a bold move, but also a move which will send a strong message to Iran that it cannot violate its NPT, treaty requirements. Also sends a clear message that U.S. is standing with Israel and gives Israel a big edge on its war against Iran. Because don't forget, US was the only country which possessed these bunker busting bombs, had these stealth bombers which could go and hit at Iranian nuclear facilities. And effectively, it really sends a strong message that the Iranian nuclear Iran cannot be allowed to make a nuclear bomb, which was being required by a lot of interlocutors, including the US. It was a big step. I call it a bold step because it wasn't easy even for US President Donald Trump. He was given a range of options. In fact, I said on your shows earlier as well that the US president was mulling over several options, and this option was the final one. But they realized that Iran was not relenting. That's the reason why this was very important that this goes forward and sends out a clear and a strong message to Iran. There will definitely be escalation, no doubt about that. Sources are telling me that the US also expects in 30 minutes from now, Washington time, US President Donald Trump will address an address to the nation where he's expected to spell out what US is doing to take on the fallout, because the message from the US side is also very clear that they didn't want an escalation, but they gave Iran ample time to come to negotiation, which it did not do. In fact, it has been bombing facilities in Israel, and I feel that there will be an escalation in any case. Also, there will be an economic impact because a lot of oil and the sea lanes pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran may try to blockade. We have to wait and see what is going to be the big impact, but certainly the escalation will have a major impact, whether on oil prices or the global economy as well.
Right. And you stay with us, sir. We are also right now joined in by our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, who is right now in the United States. Let's cut across to him.
Well, absolutely. But I would just want to ask Saurabh. Saurabh, till now, the biggest question was, is Trump going to attack Iran? Is Trump really going to do that? But now he has done it. And the way he has done it, he has not left any chance. There is no option with Tehran anymore. America has used its B-2 bombers. America has literally destroyed all 3 nuclear-capable programs of Iran. It has brought first Tehran to its knees, and now Trump says it's time for peace. It's a complete Trump way. It's a bull in a china shop. You destroy Tehran first and then say, hello, I want peace. No other country could have done it, and that's a fact. 100-meter under the earth, buster bunking bombs have been used, B-2 bombers being used, and the might of the American army has been once again a clear message. Whatever was being done, Saurabh, on social media by Ayatollah Khomeini, that no, we are going to attack. Yes, they may fire a few missiles here and there on Israel, but the way, Saurabh, America has done it. Once again, they have shown that no one in the world is ready or is even close to comparing their military power, the might of the American military.
Absolutely. I was going to say that, Aishwarya. I think there are 3 things which have come out following these bombing. One, by the US forces. US has demonstrated its predominant global dominance when it comes to military affairs. That's one. Secondly, Donald Trump, as you know, was given a lot of options. He took this bold approach by making sure that Iran's key military nuclear installations are targeted, so Iran cannot possess a nuclear weapon. Third, it's a message to the terror groups which Iran has been backing, like Hamas, Hezbollah, that you cannot get away by getting a support of a nation. And the US president has demonstrated that. So I think it's a bold move, if you ask me. It wasn't an easy decision. My sources in the White House are telling me that the president was given several choices, but after a great deliberation, he chose that because he felt that this is the only way they can support a war against terrorism and also to make sure that Iran does not become a nuclear weapon and does not become a supermarket of nuclear terrorism. Because tomorrow, if Iran would have possessed nuclear weapon, it could have passed on these nuclear weapons to some of these terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollahs, which it has been rolling out, which is threatening to the entire global community.
Absolutely, Saurabh. I understand. Saurabh, absolutely, I understand. But the way things have transcribed in the last 24 hours, if you see Donald Trump asking for Nobel Peace Prize, and then suddenly we get this information because there has been a lot of talk. Just 24 hours prior, he called his own intelligence community wrong. He called Tulsi Gabbard wrong, and then Tulsi Gabbard came out on the U.S. media and said, no, the U.S. media has transcribed her wrong. So all what has been done, and then he asked for a Nobel Peace Prize, and then suddenly this. He has left
Aishwarya,
Iran
I'll
with
tell
no
you,
other option.
That's
Saurabh.
That's Aishwarya, I'll tell you what, that's Donald Trump for you. I've interviewed President Trump. When Prime Minister Modi came here, I asked the first question, second question again. And, when he came to India again, he picked me to ask a question. So I have seen the orbit of Donald Trump. That's his style. In fact, I was talking to somebody, they told me that, listen, this is the style of the US president. A lot of people may like it, a lot of people may get upset by it, but the fact remains that at this moment, a decision was required. It was a bold step. He was also
What a
told that
decision.
there will be retaliation by Iran, but he has gone ahead and done that. I think Israel is a country which has friends like the US and India. We should be supporting this move because this sends a strong message to
Absolutely,
the rest of the world.
Saurabh, I'm just cutting you short for 30 seconds. We've also been joined in by Ambassador Deepak Vora. Ambassador, we've been talking about it. We've been discussing about it. Very, very good morning to you, Ambassador. I presume you are in Delhi. Time is still too early there, but what Donald Trump has done here, and he's going to address the nation here in the US. Time is somewhere around 9:30 in the night. And there was supposed to be a press conference at 9:15. That has not happened. And now Trump is going to address his nation. He has attacked Iran. He has attacked on 3 nuclear capable plants, 3 different cities of Iran. Tehran has been brought to his knees, and now he says, I want peace. Ambassador Vora.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope you're safe wherever you are. Take care of yourself. Of course, you're probably in the US. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Ambassador. I'm in DC.
Yeah,
and so is Saurabh Shukla.
Look after yourself. Thank you. I'm safe at home and joining you online. 3 things that I see. One, Trump is now on the same page as Israel. All this earlier nonsense about I'll decide in 2 weeks, I'll decide in 1 week, as your colleague was saying, who's analyzed it brilliantly. He is predictably unpredictable. So this was, of course, a very fine move, strategic deception, as we call it. He had taken the Iranians off their best guard, and then we had these talks somewhere in Europe, and everybody was saying, "Ab theek ho jayega." Nothing was going to be theek ho fight as far as this character is concerned. So, secondly, I believe his domestic popularity is going to rise with this because he has proved that he stands firmly with the Yehudis of the Middle East, which is Israel. So that, I think, will have an impact. And number 3, apart from being a decisive president, etc.
But that would also have a counter to it. Ambassador, I'm just cutting to it. Saurabh, I would come back to you on that as well. But Ambassador, if I could just have your first comment, this will also have a counter. This will also see, will Russia and China, because a lot of news has been coming in, Saurabh, that the Chinese military planes, Chinese military cargo planes have been getting into Tehran, all of that. Russia has given its open support to Iran. Iran giving a warning to Pakistan after Asim Munir being given a pat down here in DC. You and me both know what has happened to him.
Yes.
But what is happening now is that America has created, once again, given a clear sign of its supremacy, both military and diplomatically. Saurabh.
Absolutely. Donald Trump, and I would concur with my friend Ambassador Vora, because this is the time Donald Trump has said to the entire world that he has a bold leadership. People may say whatever about him, but when it comes to taking bold decisions, he can do that. That's one. Secondly, he is also completely, going to address his domestic lobby, including some of his own members in the Republican Party who were creating some doubts about his ability to take some bold measures. So he's done that. The other thing is that it will also get a support from the large Jewish community here in the US, and also certainly Israel and a lot of countries which were against Iran and its Iran-backed terrorism, which was impacting a lot of countries. Hezbollah, Hamas, these are the groups which get a clear message that if today these nuclear facilities can be targeted, tomorrow you cannot get away from the joint might of the US forces and Israel. So I think it's a double message, and you will hear in the address, certainly, if you ask me, there was a lot of deliberations going back and forth. There were a lot of theatrics also. Optics is different, but that's what you call stealth diplomacy sometimes. When you have to make that strike, you try to tell the world that you are still thinking about it, and at the right moment you strike. I was, one of my sources that told me that he was coming back from his golf game early. So that had that had really hinted to me as well that something was going to happen today, and I think we were bang on that, because I call it a Trump golf meter. So I study that very closely, that how much time was he spending on his golf game, and he had cut short that, and he was returning back to DC early. So that really confirmed that they were going to attack, and they've done that. And also it has been a successful operation. All the US bombers are back, and after sending out this message. Also, let me add out another thing. It also sends out a message to countries like Pakistan as well, that you cannot get away by tom-tomming your nuclear power. If this has also shown the way to countries like India, it set a precedent. Global affairs is about precedents. Now that America has taken action against the Iranian nuclear targets, tomorrow India is also well within its right to strike the Pakistani nuclear targets if it thinks it creates challenges to India, if it continues to harbor terrorism and poses threat to global international security. So I think it sets a big message out to every country, and including today, General Asim Munir, who was happy trying to have a meal here in DC, should also be a worried man here, because this precedent can now be used by other countries, including India, to target nuclear countries like Pakistan, which have been threatening global security and peace.
Right. Mr. Shukla, wish to stay with us. Right now, Mr. Aishwarya Kapoor is not with us. We are right now showing to our viewers the places where the US has bombed Iran. And these are the 3 nuclear plants. As you can see, the Fordo nuclear plant, the Natanz, and Isfahan. Now, Fordo and Natanz nuclear plants are, of course, Fordo is the biggest one, and Natanz, they are another big one. However, Isfahan is a rather lesser discussed and a little smaller nuclear plant. And these are the 3 places that have been bombed by the United States. And this has been confirmed by the US President in a social media post this morning. And there's going to be a address to the nation that will happen at about half an hour from now. It's 9:30 p.m. US time, and this address is going to happen at 10 p.m. And US President Donald Trump is going to address the nation about the 3 places the 3 nuclear sites that have been bombed in Iran. All right, let's get a perspective from Ambassador Vora. Ambassador Vora there. Ambassador Vora, now, Iran really would have to decide on calibrating its response to this. And because, in the past, what Iran had been saying that, look at the places where there are military installations and military personnel, American military personnel in the Middle East. And around those areas, there are there are proxy groups that are very, very loyal to Iran. And US President Donald Trump had also mentioned earlier that if any of its military installation or any of its personnel is attacked, then it would have grave consequences for Iran. But with these strikes, what is Iran going to do?
That's a very good question, ma'am. And my own assessment after watching this very carefully and having lived in both those regions, the United States, of course, but also in the Middle East, Iran will do nothing. Iran can do nothing. It has been totally decapitated. He would not have launched these airstrikes, President Trump, if Iran still possessed the capability, as they've been claiming. They have Russian anti-aircraft systems and they have the Chinese stuff, etc. If it still had the capability, President Trump would have been very careful. But over the last few days, Israel has been saying it has been taking out Iran's missile launchers, etc., if not all the missiles. And Iran has been expending its missiles and hitting Israel. The one thing is the map of the Middle East is now being redrawn. Iran is being booted out of a region where it has no business being in the first place. It's 1,500 kilometers away from Israel. Nobody, and I certainly, after 52 years in diplomacy, haven't understood Iran's issue, Iran's problem with Israel. The second thing is that Israel is America's outpost, if one would like to use that word, in the Middle East. It's the most faithful, the most powerful chowkidar there to make sure that no basic Islamic kind of revolution that took place in Iran in 1979 happens in the Middle East. You might recall that when the Ayatollah regime kicked out the Shah and took over in Tehran, one of the things they said was, well, we've had a revolution in Iran. Now it's time to spread this to the Middle East and throw out the monarchies there. No, that's not meant to, that doesn't aim to win you friends and influence people. So the monarchies of the Middle East, who've been under pressure through Iran-inspired terror groups, proxies, etc., they would also be delighted. Ma'am, let me tell you the reaction. Iran, whoever speaks on behalf of Iran, whoever...
All right. We are going to get a reaction there from Netanyahu. We are going to get these visuals there as US has struck 3 nuclear sites in Iran, and a former defense minister had supported US President Donald Trump on social media X, and he said that
might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
All right, we just heard Netanyahu there thanking Trump for the US support over Iran strikes, and he's saying that the United States has done a great deed, and he thanked US President Donald Trump. And remember, this coming in as US has hit 3 nuclear sites in Iran, and this was an address by Netanyahu, where he thanked US President Donald Trump for the US support over Iran strikes. Israeli Prime Minister calling President Trump a great friend of Israel. And he said that the attacks on Iran were necessary to eliminate the threats posed by their nuclear program and ballistic missiles. So, Israeli Prime Minister expressing his thankfulness to US President Donald Trump as the United States has joined the war, the Middle East conflict, as it bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. So Netanyahu said that US President Donald Trump's decision to strike Iran nuclear facilities will change history. That is the word that he used, that this decision is going to change history. In a video statement, he said, "Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history." He added, "President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength and then comes peace. And tonight, President Donald Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength." So a thankful note by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's saying that the decision to strike Iran by the United States will change history. All right, let's go back to Ambassador Vora. Ambassador Vora, very strong message by Israeli Prime Minister, though on expected lines, thanking and hailing the US decision. And he's saying that this decision is going to change history. Looking objectively at this, sir, how do you look at this decision by the United States? Is it going to change history of the Middle East especially?
You know, there's a certain amount of hyperbole in what Bibi Netanyahu, whom I've met, what he has said. But yes, did you see the ecstasy on his face? He was absolutely delighted that what he had been pleading for, not just for days, but for years, when he addressed the US Congress some time ago during Joe Biden's time. He had disagreed with President Joe Biden, but Prime Minister Netanyahu said, look, I'm fighting not just to defend Israel, but I'm also doing it on behalf of the free world. I cannot allow Iran to have nuclear weapons, to have these dangerous weapons. So today we expected him to say thank you. President Donald Trump practiced what we call strategic delay, strategic deception, strategic denial, whatever term one uses. He has taken the world was off guard. The Iranian regime is stunned. The government, the mullahs are stunned. They don't know. And the world will, of course, issue these statements. Nobody will lift a little finger to help Iran.
Right. And Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor, is also now joining us from the United States. He is tracking those developments very, very closely. Over to you, sir.
As I told you yesterday, Aishwarya, from one Aishwarya to another, I can just tell you again today that we are basically en route to White House right now. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, we are being told that Donald Trump, we just heard Benjamin Netanyahu is more than happy. He is just happy. This is what he wanted. He is hailing to Trump. He's saying no other country in the world could have done this. But the reality is what happens now, because Trump is still threatening Iran. Trump is saying if you dare retaliate, if you still bombard one bomb, we will come back. My B-2 bombers will come back. And can Tehran come out of this? It's a very, very big issue. Well, these are global leaders. Their politics is different. Their targets are different, what they want to achieve. But one thing is for sure, that Tehran will not be able to overcome the might of the American army. And that is the reality. We were told at around 4:30 US time, 4:30 p.m. today, that there is something massive happening. And while that was happening, there was a big pro-Iran protest in front of the North Lawns in Washington, right outside the White House, because the caucus here had some information that there is something massive which the American military is planning to do. And then this information came in, and we just heard none other but Benjamin Netanyahu himself claiming that no other country on the face of this earth could have done what America has done. Donald Trump has shown that he is and America is a true friend of Israel. There has been an ongoing fight between America and Iran, but that has been limited to basically giving an indication, putting your military against each other, but never like this. It's a full-blown war between US and Iran. It's no more Israel versus Iran. We need to understand this. We still have Ambassador Vora with us. Ambassador Saurabh Shukla, it's America versus Iran. If Iran retaliates now, Ambassador, if Iran hits back now, not on America, but even on Israel, even on Tel Aviv, Trump is saying, I will hit you back. Ambassador.
The message has been delivered loud and clear, sir. You are in Washington. You understand the mood over there. There is no question that Iran will retaliate. I credit the mullahs, however crazy they are in terms of ideology and whatever their beliefs, I credit them with some sense and their advisors that if they decide to take this forward, I don't think they have the capability, but should they do it, then Iran risks, if I may quote what the Americans had told their Pakistani friends, that Musharraf, that we'll bomb you into the Stone Age. America is capable of doing it. It has proved it. And Iran could do nothing. Its air defenses had already been eliminated by Israel. So President Trump knows that if he decides to bomb Iran again, and this time it won't be the nuclear.
What about the Islamic world? Will they come out? What about Russia? What about China? China, there have been serious reports. China has been sending its military cargo planes to Tehran. Will Russia back Iran, or was it just verbal? Or Russia is too engulfed in Ukraine that it doesn't have the bandwidth to even think about it, Ambassador?
You are so right. China sending its missiles or whatever equipment it's sending, who's going to use them, sir? The fellows, you need training for that. You think China will send even a single chap to go there from the People's Liberation Army? China's interest is Taiwan, sir. The Middle East is number 5 on its priority. First, it wants to fix Taiwan, then it wants to deal with us, and then it wants to deal with Japan and whatever. It's not really, it wants to show that it's a reliable ally, but it's not going to send a single soldier. The important thing is, America had supplied weapons to Israel. We all know that. This time it supplied manpower, sir. That's the difference. Russia won't do it. China won't do it. The Islamic world will make all...
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך, לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגוף
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית ותהיה
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
A port that sees beyond the horizon, a vision anchored in strength and strategy. From Kerala's coast to the world's busiest routes, Iranian is India's gateway to global dominance. Built for speed, designed for tomorrow, powered by India's maritime resurgence, Iranian isn't just a port, it's a dawn of a new maritime India.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
לא דקה. אני שומע. הדברים הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles because it's a very strong.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Donald Trump, U.S. President, there claiming success after bombing key nuclear sites, and these strikes on three nuclear plants were included Iran's most heavily fortified nuclear installation. And now U.S. President claiming success after bombing key nuclear sites. Let's get more details from, more insights really from Ambassador Deepak Vora, who is joining us live since morning. Ambassador Vora, now Donald Trump there, we just heard, not only claiming success there for the bombing, but also issuing a very, very strong warning. He said that, there are more sites and they could also be bombed. So very, very strong warning for Iran as well. All right, so Donald Trump, remember, addressed the nation. Ambassador Vora, are you with us? Can you hear me? All right, we'll try to connect back with Ambassador Vora there. So Donald Trump, they're addressing the country. He said there will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran, far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. He said there are many targets left and tonight was the most difficult of them. And if peace doesn't come quickly, we will go to other targets with precision, speed and skill. All right, those are the visuals there we can see. That is Donald Trump looking at as the US bombers, B-2 bombers were carrying out those strikes. That is Donald Trump there. He is at the Situation Room, and this was the White House has posted this, and this is the Donald Trump in the Situation Room looking at the strikes, even as the US stealth bombers were there, and they were attacking 3 key nuclear sites in Iran.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Razencane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
All right, those visuals are there, you can see, and that is precisely the time where the U.S. bombers were bombing the nuclear sites in Iran, and Donald Trump was witnessing from the Situation Room. He has also addressed the nation, and let's get in more insights from the Ambassador Vora, who is joining us since early morning on this big story that we are tracking. Ambassador Vora, now, in his address to the nation, Donald Trump saying a lot of things, but he also, giving a big warning to Iran that the U.S. could go after additional targets if Iran does not make peace. Ambassador Vora, can you hear me? All right, so in his address, Donald Trump described U.S. military strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities as a spectacular military success. He added that these nuclear sites were completely and totally obliterated. And this, he said in his address from the White House, he also warned Iran that the U.S. could go after additional targets if Iran does not make peace. And he also announced that there will be another press conference by the Pentagon. He said that the top officials will hold a press conference on Sunday morning. Remember, it is Saturday night in the United States. And he said that there will be an additional press conference by the Pentagon, where the top officials will discuss the U.S. operation targeting Iranian nuclear sites. And he mentioned that General Kane, who is the Secretary for Defense, Pete Hegseth also, will hold a press conference. And this was the address. All right, we have our executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, who is joining us live from the United States. He's joining us from Washington, D.C. Sir, what do you make of the address that the U.S. President Donald Trump gave, clearly also giving a big warning that more strikes could come if Iran does not make peace?
Well, absolutely. Trump is terming Iran as the bully of the Middle East, giving a clear message that what they have done, no other army, and I reiterate, Donald Trump says no other army in the world, and just few minutes prior to him, those are the exact words used by another, but the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that no other military in the world could have done what the might of the American military has done. Bunker-busting bombs 100 meters below the earth, below the surface, 3 cities. There is some breaking news which is coming in right now that Tehran has responded. If we have that, we can also break that. Our sister channel Republic Bharat is breaking that. Tehran is saying that every American citizen is on target. So that's a big claim because Donald Trump has just stated if Iran dares to even launch a single missile on Israel, then America will hit back. And this time America will not only hit back on their military and nuclear installations, but on other civil important installations as well. Iran is on knees. Tehran is on its knees. Let there be no doubt about it. Donald Trump stated very categorically, even prior to his address to the nation from the White House, where you can see not only his vice president, but also the other senior members right outside the Oval Office, and then addressing the international media there, stating that the bully of the Middle East, terming Iran as the bully, has been brought to its knees, and there he retaliates. He says that the friendship between the US and the Israelis is like no other in the world, no other team in the world. They've acted in such a manner, and also states that if, and I repeat, if Tehran dares to hit back, if Tehran dares to launch a single missile on Israel, then America will respond like never before. This is an open threat. Donald Trump is not just being a bull in a china shop on social media. He's walking his talk. And that is what is important. It's no more Iran versus Israel. It's US versus Iran. And now we understand that, yes, absolutely. We have with us Ambassador Deepak Vora. Ambassador, please, if you could just summarize, analyze Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump and this statement coming in from Tehran that every American citizen and soldier is on target. That's the latest.
Well, thank you very much. You are right there, and I've just heard what you said, which is brilliant. I mean, no one could do it better. Donald Trump says no other military could have done it better than his military has, and I think no one could have analyzed it better than what you have done. There are the 3 players now involved. It's a trilateral issue. On one side is United States and Israel, and opposing them is Iran all alone. So there will be perfunctory statements from the Middle East. From the Islamic world, nobody will raise a little finger to help Iran. They're all scared that Iran wants to be the king of the Islamic world, and they don't want this to happen. The United Nations will, of course, issue appeals for maximum restraint. They have nothing else to do. This is the only language that they have that has been approved. So these 2 words, maximum restraint, will come. What Benjamin Netanyahu has said, and he had said this some years ago during the previous regime, Joe Biden's time, when Benjamin Netanyahu had addressed the US Congress, he said, I'm not fighting only to defend Israel. I'm fighting to defend the world from the Islamic nuclear threat. He was referring to Iran. And he said, please give me the wherewithal, please give me the equipment, the tools to finish the job that I have started, because I'm also fighting for you. These are all very powerful words, and now they come back to mind as America has reaffirmed that its most reliable chowkidar, if I use the word, I'm using it deliberately, in the Middle East is Israel. Assume for a moment that Israel was not there, the stability of the Middle East would totally disappear.
Absolutely, Ambassador. I'm just cutting you short there. My senior executive editor and my colleague Abhishek Kapoor is also live with me. Abhishek, I'm being told you are patched over the phone. Abhishek, Donald Trump was seeking Nobel Prize 24 hours prior. He has hit Iran at the three most important nuclear capable plants and their plans. It is being said by Trump and the American establishment, Abhishek, that they have completely destroyed these 3 cities. Abhishek.
Well, yes, they have destroyed the 3 nuclear facilities, Deepak, and not the 3 cities entirely. That's the claim. I mean, of course, the assessment of the extent of damage on the ground would need to be seen. But what we know, and for the benefit of viewers who have joined, the United States has effectively come into the theater of war in the Middle East with the launch of these strikes and bombings. American stealth B-2 bombers carried out destruction of Fordo nuclear plant, nuclear installation, which was buried deep inside mountains in Fordo, and it's about 150 kilometers from Iran, from Tehran. And these B-2 bombers flew out from Missouri in the United States, carrying 3 B-2 bombers were used in the information that we are gathering. They carried 2 of those MOPs, massive ordnance piercing bombs, those huge 13,000 ton bombs that are needed to go deep inside and penetrate the
bunker busting ones, Abhishek. Abhishek, we are just getting this latest news, and that's why I'm cutting you out. Abhishek, please stay with us. Tehran has just issued a statement saying that every American citizen and every American soldier is on their target. Trump has just come out, not only on social media, but in an address to his nation here in DC, stating that if Iran dares, and I repeat, Abhishek, Trump has said if Tehran dares to even launch a single missile on Israel, America will hit back, and more decisively. Abhishek, and Tehran is saying that every American citizen and soldier is on their target.
If Tehran is left with the wherewithal or with the kind of strikes we have seen, these bunker buster bombs and Tomahawk missiles, 30 of them on Natanz and Isfahan. And earlier, we have already seen Israel decimating almost one-third of one-third of the missile launching infrastructure of Iran having been destroyed. So obviously, Tehran would say that they are going to retaliate, but I think the United States can now say, Trump has already said, in fact, that this is now time for peace, that we have destroyed nuclear infrastructure of Iran completely. It does not exist anymore. And
he's called them the bully of the Middle East. Trump has termed Iran as the bully of Middle East. He came, he gave an address to his nation. He said, we brought them to their knees, and now it's time for peace. But will Tehran do that? Will Tehran fall on its knees? Will the decimation of these 3 nuclear facilities, the 3 plants where Iran was trying to develop or had already developed a nuclear bomb, have been completely destroyed? Is Iran on its knees? Will the Islamic world listen and see what America is doing quietly? Will China and Russia, or can China and Russia come in? Russia is too engulfed in Ukraine already. Can China only send those military cargo planes or do anything more, Abhishek?
Well, Russia and China's reaction would be interesting to watch, whether they are going to get in any manner. Aishwarya, remember there were reports that the Chinese have sent in some ordnance. There were at least 2 military flights observed getting into Tehran just a couple of days back from China. But Russia, maybe not so, though, of course, we had Putin speak to Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, and then, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump back-to-back in some diplomatic engagement from the Russian side. But whether even now they would want to get in militarily is something to watch out for. But you were mentioning about the Islamic world. You see, there has been some lip service about Israeli attacks on Iran. But also remember, Aishwarya, this is also an issue of a Shia versus Sunni world. And so while you will have the Organization of Islamic Conference, the OIC, the umbrella body of Muslim nations, release statements. But we, of course, understand that internally the Arab Sunni world would be okay with Iran getting punished in this manner, specific to the nuclear installations. Remember, not an all-out war against the civilian population, but the nuclear installation.
But the body language, Abhishek, I saw the body language of Donald Trump. Benjamin Netanyahu was joyous. Benjamin Netanyahu was happy. Benjamin Netanyahu, as if he was just waiting for this. Benjamin Netanyahu said, this is exactly, if we remember, Abhishek, if we Ambassador Bora, just 3 days prior, Benjamin Netanyahu said that Trump is the best friend Israelis have. Trump will enter this war when he deems fit. We have full trust on Trump. And today, he was joyous. Just rather falling short of a dance, Benjamin Netanyahu's body language was that we've done it. We've done it, which no other country would have ever thought of. We've done it, which no other country could have ever even dreamt of. Ambassador Bora, you just heard my senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, analyzing it. Ambassador.
Well, calling Iran the bully of the Middle East, I entirely agree, sir. And the basic question remains, what on earth is Iran doing in the Middle East? You are not part of that. You are not a monarchy, no longer. You are not a Sunni state, as all the Arabs are, leave out Iraq and Bahrain. What on earth are you doing there? What is your angst against Israel? And this time, Trump has sent the message. Two things will happen, sir. I've seen this. I've been 52 years in diplomacy. One, of course, Iran will issue all these, whatever is left of the leadership will issue these perfunctory threats, which are meaningless. One, there will be a leadership vacuum in Tehran, and somebody will come out of that. Or we have a repeat of what happened in Syria and Iraq when the regimes were overthrown. There's going to be total chaos. How does that bother Israel? How does that bother America? Both are far away from Iran. I see this happening. Either a scenario would be acceptable to both the powers. But what has been proved, sir, time and again, if it needed to be proved again, is that Israel is America's most reliable outpost in the Middle East. Without Israel's presence there, the Middle East could have gone a different way. The Middle East itself is an artificial creation after the collapse of the Ottomans following the two world wars, the First World War in particular. So what I see happening now is that Iran will make some threats, but then the back channels will kick in and they'll say, all right, guys, enough is enough. Let's now think of some way of solving this particular issue. Our nuclear program, we abandon it forever. A statement like that, verifiable action on the ground, I believe Iran will be spared more destruction. Are you with me, sir?
Yeah, Ambassador Vora, in fact, we are getting reports that President Trump has addressed... Ambassador Vora, yes. So we are getting reports that President Trump has just a while addressed the White House and while making that address. All right, let's listen to President Trump. He has just addressed from the White House.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that's the U.S. President Donald Trump announcing the American strikes that have taken down 3 nuclear installations in Iran at Fordo, at Natanz and Isfahan, and of course there was an element of or else. Also, if you could hear him clearly, he said that while we have achieved our military objectives for now, there are many other targets left. Effectively, Trump telling Iran to deal with it and now buy peace. Otherwise, America is ready with more of its ammunition and war machine to strike those targets that he's mentioning. He said that there would be a follow-up press conference by Pete Hegseth in the morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time in the United States, because remember, it's now night in the U.S. Aishwarya was joining us live from there. And Ambassador Vora continues to be with us. Ambassador Vora, before I come to you, let's listen once to Benjamin Netanyahu. He has also reacted to the American strikes.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond.
All right, Editor Chief Arnav Goswami joins us over the phone. Very good morning, Arnav. It's clear that the Americans have read the riot act to Iran and carried out those strikes now.
Yes, and I think it will be very important to note here whether this is going to be the end. Because, we'll have to see the response of other countries. Nobody wants to directly take on America in a military situation. But I think that's the only one chapter that still remains to be closed. As you know, Iran's foreign minister was in Turkey.
Geneva.
Yeah. And,
on the way to Geneva.
On the way to Geneva. And we'll have to see globally what is the situation. I mean, America would like to see it end here and for Iran to enter into some kind of negotiation. The UN is irrelevant, but if Iran does not enter into a negotiation, then the question will be at what point Trump will stop. Trump's stated objective so far has not been regime change. He has been very critical of Khomeini, but he has not made regime change to be a stated goal. However, in the present situation, we'll have to see whether this ends here or whether having the strategic advantage, America will go to the next step. But to have regime change, you will need much more than this. You will need boots on the ground. You must remember that is the circumstance in which there was regime change in Iraq. And so that is what I want to see. What does he mean by saying Iran must negotiate? And by saying that if they do not negotiate, then further attacks will be greater and a lot easier. So he's also sort of, in a way, he's opened the door and said that I'm open to talk. But unless Khomeini himself comes to talk, which I don't think he will, then what is going to be America's military step is question number one. What is China going to do? I don't think Russia will engage. What will China do? What will Turkey do is question number two. And the fact is that so far, at least openly, in as many words, Trump has never spoken about regime change. But he has not left the option of open. He's left the option open as well, hasn't he, Abhishek? I mean, I think he very much has left the option open, and he has moved a lot of air power into the region, but not ground power. So, does he mean more airstrikes, pounding of Iran without a stated strategic goal, without talk of sort of having met the strategic goal, which was to destroy the nuclear targets? So, I think it's very important to see where this goes, because. Or whether Israel gets involved. Israel cannot get involved militarily beyond this. So I would like to know what the next step for America is going to be, and what does he mean by saying that I'm going to keep striking Iran if there is no quick peace? Because does he mean he's got many more targets? So Fordo was the difficult target for them. And that's what he means by saying that there are many targets, but Fordo was the most difficult of all, because Fordo was deep into the ground, 100 meters into the ground. And now it would be interesting to see what he means by further targets. Would it be the entire military bases of Iran almost everywhere else? I think that is what we will presume. And I personally think that beyond noises, the rest of the world will not speak more than what they already have. What do you think, Abhishek?
Well, absolutely on that. So while there is an off-ramp being provided by both the United States and Israel, by Israel announcing effectively that for now they are going to pause on all military operations against Iran, Donald Trump, of course, asking for Iran to pull back or face more of strikes. He has clearly said that if there is any retaliation from Iran on Israel, the Americans would come back harder, and their targets are ready. Remember also that Donald Trump had earlier announced that through a post in typical Trumpist language that he had Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, marked out. He said the so-called supreme leader is marked out and we know where he is, but for now we are sparing his life, which means the escalation matrix, as it is called, is ready from the side of Americans and the America-Israel alliance. It's for really Iran now. Iran finds itself in a cul-de-sac that if they have to hit back, they have to be prepared for a harder response. Reports emerging that complete destruction of Isfahan, Natanz, and Fordo has happened. And if that be the case, then so far as the military objectives go, in terms of completely decimating Iranian nuclear infrastructure and capability, that's been achieved. From that vantage, the Americans and the Israelis would perhaps want that Iran does not retaliate and gets an off-ramp. Maybe they would work the phones through their European allies and friends to impress upon Iran that if it pulls back, then it can avoid a disaster. So ultimately, it comes down to the thinking and ego of Ayatollah Khamenei, who has, remember or no, we got that information last evening. He has deputed three of his possible successors, in case of his death, in case he is targeted and taken down. So obviously, it seems that even on the Iranian side, if you read between the lines, they are thinking that if this is the war imposed on them, let's get into it completely. And if that escalation happens, then obviously we are looking at another round of American strikes and the war not ending anytime soon.
Yes, but Abhishek, now it may sound ironic if I say this, but having used this option, you see, Abhishek, America has used this option, and everyone watching tonight must know that America has used this option. Now, the ball is almost entirely in Iran's court. So I think the choice for Iran is whether it wants to continue hitting, whether it has, first of all, the capability to hit Israel anymore, or the will to do that. So it will be extremely important for us to note. Iran will know that the window for striking Israel is very limited now on, because its military bases have been destroyed. Secondly, if you see the number of strikes that have been on Iran, they have been coming down, obviously, because many of the bases from where the strikes happen have also been brought down. So if the number of strikes have come down, if the bases have come down, then the only question remains, does Iran continue to attack Israel with surface-to-surface missiles, or does the war go into a period of sort of a undeclared ceasefire? So I think there will be tremendous public pressure on the regime in Iran to appear confrontational despite this. And I know that they would be also aware that Israel and Iran will not, America will not press the nuclear button. There is no stated strategic objective left. And regime change can only happen. Regime change is only possible with the use of ground forces. So unless there is exact technology, and unless they have the ability to eliminate Ayatollah Khomeini wherever he is, I think there will be an undeclared ceasefire for now. But America has committed itself to not continuing war. I mean, Trump's stated political objective was to bring an end to violence. So anything beyond this will be counterproductive for him as well. And he knows that. So he's also going to be in a bit of a strategic fix. I think we should play out the entire speech of Donald Trump once again, and then continue our analysis from the studio, Abhishek.
Yes, no, I'm reaching studio. Let's do that. All right, let's listen to Donald Trump once again, where he announced the strikes carried out by the United States on Iranian facilities. He announced from the White House. Listen to him.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that was U.S. President announcing those precision military strikes in Fordo and Isfahan and Natas. And just for the benefit of viewers, the specifics of those strikes, U.S. flew out 3 of its B-2 stealth bombers carrying 2 of those bunker busters each. All 3 were targeted at Fordo, and they have completely decimated this underground facility of Iran. Apart from that, using its naval assets, most likely in the Mediterranean Sea or possibly from the Arab Sea, we have to confirm. From the submarines, the United States fired 30 Tomahawk missiles on Natanz and Isfahan, and have completely destroyed those nuclear facilities, also parts of which were targeted by Israel over the last week. And in any case, in this war of attrition from both the sides, Israel has claimed complete domination of the Iranian airspace, as also having taken down roughly half of Iranian missile and missile launching capacity. Now, whatever remains of Iran, it would be worth watching closely whether it's enough for Iran to retaliate in any manner to avenge these strikes. In the unlikely scenario of that happening, Trump in his statement already said that the United States is going to hit back harder and that they have targets logged. And we already know that over the last 4 days, the U.S. Central Command has marshaled much more resources than it had in the region. The U.S. has 3 carrier strike groups, which means 3 aircraft carriers in the geography, and the Americans also have increased their troops presence in India. So obviously, we are going to see escalation in case Iranians hit back. We have Neta Bar, foreign news editor and war correspondent, joining us live from Hayom in Israel. Neta, we have heard President Trump saying that they can hit harder if, in case Iran retaliates. But on the ground, we are getting some ramp off, statements from the Israeli side that they are not going to now hit back and that they are sort of pulling back from military operations for now. You think that this is sort of an indication that Iran, if it does not retaliate, the war is over, that the military objectives have been achieved? Is it calm on the Israeli front for now?
Be making grand assumptions here, but if you listen carefully to what Prime Minister Netanyahu had to say in his short statement this morning, he said that basically, as far as Israel concerned, the threat is dealt with. So if Israel entered this war escalation against Iran in order to destroy the Iranian nuclear facilities, then yes, I think Israel has achieved its goal, achieved major parts of its goal, and there's a good chance that we'll see a stop to Israeli strikes in Iran now.
All right, I sort of lost you there, Neta, but it is clear that the situation is still tense in the Middle East, and after the United States carried out those precision strikes taking down Iranian nuclear military infrastructure. We can look at some more reactions to this because we are gathering that some opposition is building up in the United States itself, interestingly, and it has been building up for a while, in fact, that the American president has not taken congressional approval, which obviously can be post facto also, but the Democrats and the familiar faces like Elizabeth Warren and AOC, for example, and some other Democrats in the Congress and the Senate taking the position that these strikes were not authorized. How far this is going to go in terms of opposition is something to be watched out for, but what is important is that we have seen America join in the war. We have seen America take down Iranian military and nuclear infrastructure in the last few hours. We have seen America bolstering its defenses and its war machine and its war capability in the Middle East over the last 4 days. And we have seen Donald Trump, while giving a ramp off to Iran, that it's time for peace, and so we should pull back. But in case Iran retaliates, the possibility of United States escalating even more from here. Also, the reactions from Russia and China are awaited. If we have some, we can play them out. But what is important is that situation in the Middle East continues to be in a tense and escalatory direction.
I think that there's no real core reason for further escalation once the Iranian nuclear facilities are dealt with, at least from the standpoint of Israel and from the standpoint of Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't want a prolonged campaign against Iran. He said it himself. He said it's time for peace during his speech. As far as he's concerned, this is over. I don't think the Iranians will do anything to. They will respond. I can't see them not responding to it, but they won't do it in a fashion that will make America have to go to a lengthy and prolonged conflict. So I think this is mostly behind us. Can you hear me?
मुझे बोल रहे हैं कुछ?
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iraqi nuclear regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision.
Okay, so what Trump is doing is he's saying tonight, this morning that if peace does not come quickly, then he's going to go after the other targets with precision, and indicating that these strikes will take on a new and potentially more dangerous course. GD Bakshi is with us this morning. Good morning. America has struck, and now the question is, General Bakshi, what happens from here? Does Iran have any options at all? Does the rest of the world have any options at all? Because what America has done is that it's entered the war zone. It has gone in with its stealth bombers. It has struck all the three bases, primarily Natanz, Esfahan, and Fordow. Fordow is the most critical base. Fordow is where the major nuclear installations of Iran are. Fordow is where the enrichment factory was happening. That's all gone. That's all destroyed. So my question to you, and the question on everyone's minds on this Sunday morning, is that what happens? Iran is saying there's no radiation leak on our site, right? Iran, however, may be putting a brave face to it. General Bakshi, war game this for us. How do you see this playing out?
Look, primarily, Iran has just two basic options. The first option, of course, is to, surrender. That means lie low and do nothing. I don't think Iran will adopt that passive line. The second option for Iran was that Iran would now widen the escalation. The widening prospects for Iran to widen the escalation, to do horizontal escalation, would be to hit either the Saudi Arabian oil facilities in the other Gulf countries, number one. Number two, mine the Gulf of Hormuz. Number three, attack oil shipping in the Gulf of Hormuz and try and raise the price of oil, try and, spread the misery to the rest of the world. It could also hit the American bases. But you will recall, Arnab, that from the last 2-3 days, America has already started withdrawing non-essential equipment and troops from the bases close by to Iran, to which it can retaliate with ease. We were expecting this over the weekend because Colonel McGregor had clearly stated this, that the United States is about to strike. It was on the YouTube channels, it was on the Telegram channels even earlier. The dreaded American intervention has taken place, and Iran's only options are, one, accept things, let them be, call it off, take the off-ramp. Number two, widen the conflict and accept far greater levels of pain and damage than it has suffered so far.
Well, I think Iran, frankly, does not have any options now, unless the international community comes in. Neta Bar is foreign news editor and a war correspondent. He's joining us from Hayom in Israel. Neta, how is Israel reading the likely scenario now over the next 24 to 48 hours? How is Israel reading the likely scenario? And in your view, does Iran have any firepower left after today?
Iran has significant firepower left. It has less than half the launchers it has for missiles. Before the war started, it has a big stockpile of missiles that can go more than 1,000 kilometers from its territory. In Israel, we are currently in what we call deep readiness to Iranian escalation attempt or just the Iranian reaction. I think people here, especially the leadership, believe that Iran will not escalate this further. It will react, but without creating new boundaries, without crossing new red lines, in order to bring, in the long term, a few days or weeks, to de-escalation and back to the status quo antebellum.
Okay, so those are pictures from the war room. Neta, please stay on. Deepak, I personally think that if Khamenei is going to go down, he's going to go down at least seen to be fighting, if not fighting. And if he has to do something, he has to do something at least for public perception in Iran. What could that be, Deepak?
Thank you very much, sir. Sitting by your side a few days ago, we talked about what India's position should be in this, and I see that my colleague from Israel is there. First of all, may I just say, pizza khanle Israel to you. You have fought for your survival, and you have done it extremely well. What are the options that Iran has? I just heard General Bakshi. I see two options. A regime change, which was always the intention of Israel and the United States. We didn't want the mullah regime. 40 years, they've troubled the world enough. We all know that, so I don't need to go into details. That was the first issue. Second is, some people are saying there's going to be what happened in Iraq and Syria and Libya. There's going to be total chaos. So be it. How does that bother me? Iran is sitting 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel. If there's trouble, so be it. Out of that, something is going to happen. The Iranian people will learn a lesson that you cannot behave like this in a region where you are not involved. You're not even part of that region. Happy birthday. What is this angst against Israel? General Bakshi, with due respect to you, sir, I do not think Iran is going to escalate, quote unquote. Escalate what? Hit the Middle East monarchies? They will not dare. Hit Israel? They will not dare. President Donald Trump has made it very clear. Sir, Mr. Goswami, sir, on your channel, I've seen some of these Indian mullahs strutting around and referring to their Nasrallah characters. Ayatollah Nasrallah and this, that, and the other. All their pook, all their hawa should have gone out by now. Nothing is going to happen. If you guys are interested, go to Iran and fight against Israel from there. Making all these heavy statements sitting in the sanctity of your mosques or wherever you live in the nation, in India, it doesn't matter. My own assessment, having served in that area for well over 20 years and seen it close up, Iran is now going to do something very small, symbolic, just to show that we have the capacity to retaliate. But I do not think, sir, that they have the capability left to launch a major operation, particularly after President Trump's warning that you try acting funny and then what we have done so far will be a picnic compared to what we are capable of doing. And he has shown that he's capable of doing it. Israel is America's, if I may use the word chowkidar in the Middle East, has brought stability, has brought peace, has controlled that area. Without Israel, the Arabs would be clobbering each other, cutting off each other's throats. So I believe that Israel's presence there is a stabilizing factor. Iran tried to destabilize the region. I hope they have learned a lesson, sir.
Yeah, we have a statement that has come in from the Iran's Atomic Energy Organization. And it has said, and I would like to read out the statement in its entirety. So this morning, everyone gets a full picture. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching this live on any streaming, we are here on a Sunday morning bringing you the news that the United States of America has kept up to its promise and has attacked 3 major and the most important Iranian nuclear sites. The International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed the damage to the nuclear facilities. And I just have a statement right now from Iran's Atomic Energy Organization saying that following the brutal attacks of the Israeli enemy over the last few days, at dawn today, the country's nuclear sites in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan were attacked by the enemies of Islamic Iran in a brutal act that contradicts international laws, especially the Non-Proliferation Treaty. This act that contradicts international laws was unfortunately carried out in the shadow of indifference and even the support of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The American enemy, through cyberspace, through the president of this country, has taken responsibility for the attack on the aforementioned sites, which are under the continuous supervision of the IAEA based on the Safeguards Agreement and the NPT. And it goes on to say that it is expected that the international community, while condemning the lawlessness based on the rules of the jungle, will support Iran in achieving its legitimate rights. They also have, and interestingly, the Iranian news agency, which is called Noor, N-O-U-R, Noor, has published an image showing the US military bases in the Middle East within the range of Iranian missiles. Would they dare to do that? Neta, what do you think? Would they dare to do that? Neta?
Iran attacked in the past American bases in Iraq as a response for the killing of Qasem Soleimani. They might do it again. They might even do it in the UAE, in the United Arab Emirates, or in Saudi Arabia. I think it will be a measured response to project power and to show that they are very, very well still capable of doing so. But I don't imagine a whole series of attacks against bases. I'm not going to see a major escalation, just a measured reaction, if I can prophesize.
Okay, we have a soundbite of the Iranian TV anchor announcing the attacks. They've been taking an extremely strident line. Can I just play the soundbite where they announce the attacks? We won't be able to understand the language, but we can read from the visuals and the body language. Can we play that for a moment?
درگاه امروز سایت‌های هسته‌ای کشور در فوردو، نتنز و اصفهان طی اقدامی وحشیانه و مغایر با قوانین بین‌المللی به ویژه معاهده عدم اشاعه سلاح‌های اتمی NPT مورد تهاجم دشمنان ایران اسلامی قرار گرفت. این اقدام مغایر با قوانین بین‌المللی متاسفانه در سایه بی‌تفاوتی و بلکه همراهی آژانس بین‌المللی انرژی اتمی انجام شده است. دشمن آمریکایی از طریق فضای مجازی توسط رئیس جمهور این کشور مسئولیت حمله به سایت‌های یاد شده را که بر اساس موافقتنامه پادمان و معاهده NPT تحت نظارت مستمر آژانس بین‌المللی انرژی اتمی میباشد را بر عهده گرفته است.
Okay, so I mean, very somber tone there, right? General Bakshi, very somber tone. The aggression is gone, the sting is missing. It's a very well prepared, carefully planned statement, absolutely stripped of any rhetoric.
Arnab, I am a military analyst. I have to go by capabilities, professed military doctrines, past precedents, psychological profiles of the combatants, right? And given that, I would sincerely pray as an Indian, as a human being, that it is quits now. We just did Op Sindoor. We had also given Pakistan an off-ramp on the first day after we hit the terror camps. We had said, we have done what we had to do. We have given you an off-ramp. Take it, behave. Unfortunately, Pakistan did not behave. The psyche of these Islamist countries is to posture, is to say that they are not scared. That is the psychological profile that we have dealt with earlier. To that extent, they were prepared for this kind of a contingency. They have their contingency plans. Not doing anything would be fatal to the Ayatollah regime. Doing something would be equally fatal, right? They have a Hobson's choice.
Yeah.
But given psychological profiles, given capabilities, one estimate was that Iran had about 4,000 ballistic missiles, out of which so far it has fired about 450 ballistic missiles. It has fired about 1,000 drones, right? It still has a fair bit of arsenal up its sleeve. About half its missile launchers have been destroyed. But to say that it is capable of doing nothing would not factually be correct. It is capable. What you are looking at is the will. Does he have the will to do it? Right? Going by past performance, he will try and put up a pretense. I think he will try and carry out a measured amount of retaliation just for showing to his people and to the rest of the world that we have the will to fight back. We have the stomach to fight back as they put it, the great Saturn. Right? I am not getting into any morality place. It's my job to be objective as a military analyst and state what is likely to happen. You do not plan on hope. You plan on capabilities and stated intentions and the psychological profile of your opponent. So in this case, whether right or wrong, it was extremely wrong of Iran to threaten to wipe out Israel. It had no business doing that. And when you do that, you should be prepared for the consequences. They are not exactly, the Israelis are not exactly a Ahimsa-wadi nation, right? They hit back and they hit back hard. They have done everything in their capability to see that Iran does not get a nuclear capability. Because when you state to the whole wide world that Israel has no right to exist, we will wipe it off the face of the earth, and then you start trying to acquire nuclear capabilities, you are asking for it. They asked for it, they've gotten it. But their psychological profile, given that Shia penchant for martyrdom, for taking a lot of punishment, needless punishment, I would not be too surprised if they retaliate.
Okay.
I would think
Okay.
I would think they
Then
might
get
try
them on
and
air.
strike
When you
some
have guests, you
American
need to put
bases
them
in the Middle East.
Okay.
Though America had taken the precaution, they have moved away the C-130 aircraft, they have moved away unessential equipment and personnel out of harm's way already. That is for what they delayed their attack, right? But that is my military assessment. We can hope, we will all hope that it stops here, praise that it ends here, because the consequences will not be good for the world if Iran widens this conflict.
Absolutely.
But I don't think doing nothing is an option for the Iranian mullah
No, it's
regime.
not. I want to take a quick word. I have Ratnadeep who's joining us. I think he's in Tel Aviv. Ratnadeep, just give me a sense of the morning there very briefly. What is the morning looking like? Have you followed the Israeli media? What are they saying? What is the tone? Are they expecting any retaliation?
Yeah, so Arnav, firstly, we woke up with this news. We were expecting it for quite a few days that this will happen. I mean, the Israeli public was prepared for it. They were expecting it, and they wanted it, because for the last few days we have been waking up every night with incoming missiles. Last night as well, there was one of them, and we had a massive drone attack in the north. When we woke up in the morning, we saw what happened, and the Home Front Command, of the IDF, has taken necessary actions from the instruction by the defense minister, and we had a partial activity going in the country. There were certain shops opened. There were certain activities which were allowed till yesterday. Now it's only essential activity. That's the first thing that has changed. Apart from that, of course, there is retaliation expected. There is an uneasy calm right now, but we know for a matter of fact that Iran will retaliate, and it will retaliate hard, because there is a moment in which they have to prove its might, and its proxies might come. We have seen there have not been any attacks from Hezbollah or Houthis throughout. There has been only one attack. We have seen the missile coming from the Houthis, but there is a chance that the Houthis might come back as well.
Right. Ratnadeep, you know, of course, what he's saying here this morning, thank you for that window. Can I go back to the rest? That's not what I meant. Ratnadeep is obviously hinting at the possibility of Iran using proxies. Now, Saurabh joining us from Washington, Saurabh, this has been an option that has been spoken about. And we do not know. We do not know. I mean, obviously, it would be safe to assume that Iran would also have prepared itself for a doomsday scenario. As General Bakshi was saying, we do not know what that Iranian thinking is, what that Iranian strategy is. But they would be realistic. They would know that it was a matter of time before Fordo is hit. Now, what would they have planned?
If you remember, I said that in your show as well, that at a time when the US President Donald Trump was given a series of options, it was very clear that one of the options was that they need to hit these nuclear sites hard, and only US had the entire wherewithal to do that. He has exercised this option. Obviously, it was a bold move. It also was aimed at demonstrating that the US military power is there, and then when they want to hit it, they can do that. I see another dimension here, Arnav, where I see a big parallel. You and me, we have studied international relations very deeply. That he has also set a precedent for many other countries, including India, that tomorrow if there is a threat, even from rogue countries like Pakistan, India is well within its right to strike at their nuclear installations as well. So I see one big paradigm shift happening here, which the practitioner and scholars of international affairs will, and we have General Bakshi here as well, because this is a big thing which has happened today. In some ways, these are historic shifts that we see in the realm of international relations and military strategy. So what he has done is also send out a clear message to all those backers of Hezbollah, Hamas, and those terror groups that we can hit you deep where we can't even imagine where it will hit. And the second thing is, obviously, the Iranians will retaliate. My sources here in Washington, D.C. telling me that not only are they on alert for military installation, they also are well aware of the fact that any threats, and in fact, FBI has been told to scout out for any Iranian sleeper cells, if there are any in the United States. So they are doing a deep combing operation as you and me speak here on this broadcast, because they're also well aware that some of these sleeper cells may likely be activated by Iran and its backers. So they are taking precautions on that. But this is something which is a strategic shift, if you ask me, which he has done. And obviously, it will also benefit him domestically, because there were people within the Republican parties who were questioning. And there is a strong sentiment here in the US supporting Israel, and also the fact that some of these groups which are spreading anti-Semitic sentiments here, they are also feeling that US has not only stood with Israel but also made sure that they've created a pathway for action against anybody who's trying to acquire nuclear weapons, and also against who's backing terrorist groups like Iran was doing. Arnab?
Yeah, so the fact is that's one very important point. I just want to go back to the news aspects of it with the breaking news plates if required, and we'd like to have more guests in. Please, thank you, and the desk can tell me whatever they have. Now, we were told, General Bakshi, here that Saudi Arabia's nuclear regulator says that no radioactive traces have been detected in the environment of Saudi Arabia or other Gulf states following the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. The leader to Iran's supreme leader has called for missile strikes. The advisor to Iran's supreme leader, he has many advisors, formal and informal, on US Navy ships and closing the Strait of Hormuz. Now, these are all statements coming from various people. Some of these are even journalists who claim to be advisors of Khamenei, right? But the pressure must be intense. I think, General Bakshi, Iran would have already planned its next move. And the question is of speed. If it does not respond fast, it loses the edge. If it waits for tonight, there'll be a barrage of American attacks. I mean, I'm absolutely sure that in 24 hours or less, 12 hours, America will resume a second round of strikes, regardless of Iranian counter responses, if any. So they would be under pressure to do this. But most importantly, Turkey. Will Turkey sit back and do nothing? Will the rest of the world sit back and do nothing? I mean, how will they wake up this morning?
Arnab, let's go by objective facts. So far, the neighboring nations and Iran has said there is no leakage of radiation, right? If the nuclear facility has been hit, the uranium enrichment plants have been hit to an extent that they would be rendered dysfunctional. There would definitely be some level of leakage of radioactivity, right? Since that has not happened, we will have to, ensure from the battle damage assessments. I'm sure the United States, the battle damage assessment, the bomb damage assessment is being done. And we will have to await their conclusions. Satellites would be on the targets right now, American, Russian, Chinese, our own, Maxars. We will get whether they have been able to disable the nuclear capability or otherwise. That remains to be seen. The first sign of that, to my mind, going by objective empirical analysis, would be whether there is radioactivity on the ground, yes, no. If it is no, then I think you have to look again at how successful the strike has been. In that case, would the United States want to repeat? They will, because if they have set out to destroy the Iranian nuclear facility, they can't do tokenism. They can't do that we did it and we assume it is done. Knowing the Americans, knowing the Israelis, they would all like to ensure that they have achieved their aims. So for that, we'll have to await that bomb damage assessment. But from what the President of the United States said, that he is giving them an off-ramp. He's saying, this is it, thus far and no further. Don't you dare strike any American target, any Middle Eastern target, any oil shipping, etc. So it remains to be seen whether Iran will tamely go down or like to go down fighting. Talking purely of capability, if you have fired off 450 of your missiles and you have 4,000, well then technically you have capability. You have lost half your launchers, but I am told they were going slow because they were anticipating American intervention. And therefore they had to keep their missiles ready for retaliation. I don't think we should have long to wait. If Iran has to retaliate, it has to do so fast.
I get a feeling, and it's breaking news now, where the IRGC has said, Sandhi, Saurabh and General Bakshi, and if I had the guests there, they can be shown on air, otherwise I can't second guess who's on. Where the IRGC has said that every American in the Middle East is now a legitimate target after the US strikes. Very dangerous statement, Saurabh. Every American in the Middle East is a legitimate target after the US strikes. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says, now the war has begun for us. Now the war has begun for us. And a commentator on the Iranian state television, it's not the IRGC, has said every American civilian or military personnel in the region becomes a legitimate target. The Israeli media reports the US attacked a facility where enriched uranium had been hidden by the Iranians. Now, however, we must be very careful because every second statement will be seen to be an official IRGC statement, you know, and there will be a lot of chest thumping and warmongering going on in Iran now. But how much is real?
Arnab, a lot of, at this moment, the propaganda factories, as you know, also gets underway very fast. Whether it's Ukraine, Russia, whether it's Iran-Israel war, and now also, so you're very right that we have to be careful on what to believe, but I'm also getting to know from my sources here in DC that the State Department has already, in fact, a couple of days back, they issued a very stern warning to any American citizen who is present in Iran to leave immediately, and also to make sure that they're not there, because they were expecting this, because there were intelligence reports that in retaliation, the Iranians can resort to any tactic. That's the reason they don't want any citizen to be falling victim to this, that post a strike, that they are detained or arrested by the Iranian authorities. So they want to make sure that everybody is evacuated. And that's the reason why the embassy staffers and all the family members were evacuated ahead of time. Not only from the entire many regional embassies that the US has, there was an alert which was sounded, and that obviously has been magnified post these strikes today.
Yeah. So everyone, good morning. If you're watching us now, 9:07, President Donald Trump has said that the strikes on Iran have been very successful, and he has hit the Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan targets. The primary target, of course, is, we must remember, the main target, the place which has always been the center of the Iranian the entire nuclear enrichment facility is the facility of Fordo. This is no surprise for any of us. We were expecting it. It was a matter of time. But obviously, Trump was playing it when he said 2 days back that he could take up to 2 weeks. So he wanted an element of surprise out here. But I don't think there is anything called an element of surprise, General Bakshi, in these situations, because Iran is building nuclear bombs. That's been their claim. They have moved in, they need to act, and in war, whoever strikes first has the upper hand. We know it because we struck the Pakistanis first this time. Absolutely. Now, the only question here is, General Bakshi, that this morning, the only question remaining on everyone's mind is this going to be a limited regional war, with this being the last chapter, or is this going to be the beginning of a bigger global war? If it is to be the beginning of a bigger global war, obviously, General Bakshi, the rest of the world has got to be involved. For some viewers joining us, I would like General Bakshi to give us a sense this morning about whether the rest of the world will get involved. What is in it for them? Is China going to get involved? What is in it for them? What about China and Turkey and Russia, in these three countries in particular, which have made cautionary noises? Now, if they do not do anything after this, then they really lose, the whole world power balance changes. And if China, Russia, and Turkey do nothing, then the global power balance completely shifts. All talks of multipolarity will come to an end. It will be seen to be a nuclear world for the next 10 years if China, Russia, and Turkey and other countries who have stood with Iran do nothing this time. Europe does nothing, nobody does anything, of course, and they just let Trump have his way. Then Trump's power, play in the world becomes extremely significant. His say, his play becomes extremely significant. If not in the next 10 years, then for the next 4 years, we will be in a unipolar world. Can the rest of the world afford that? Can China afford that? Can Russia afford that? Will the advantages of global counterbalancing and multipolarity be lost with what happened this morning?
Very pertinent points, Arnab. Let me take them one by one. The Russians, let me analyze this one by one. The Russian President Putin himself had said, don't hit the nuclear facilities, especially Bushehr. He had warned that in Bushehr there are about 150 Russian engineers and technicians. And he had said, expressed concerns about their safety. He had warned about their safety. And he had said, we are not withdrawing them. So that is very truculent language, right? And I don't think with this kind of statements on record, doing nothing becomes an option for the Russians. The Chinese are, a different cup of tea. The Chinese are in deep trouble at home. Almost about 100 generals have either been sacked, killed, or imprisoned, which includes the vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, about at least 20 top generals, and also 3 defense ministers. They had been removed. So I don't see China in much of a position to do anything more than what it has done already. It has sent 3 massive cargo plane loads of equipment. What kind of equipment? We do not know. But yes, it could supply surface-to-air missiles. It could supply North Korean surface-to-surface missiles. So could the Russians. Send in those aircraft. And if those aircraft are attacked, well, you have a widening of the conflict right away, right? As far as Iran is concerned, psyche-wise, the Shia penchant for martyrdom, for fighting unequal fights, is historically, civilizationally known to all, right? So doing nothing is just not an option for the Ayatollah and his regime. And like they are saying, I expect the retaliation now to come against American targets, whom they, as they quote unquote say, is the great Satan, right? And they are likely to hit the American bases in the Middle East. The point is, the Americans were anticipating it. They have cleared out most of their, people who are not required, equipment that is not required. C-130 aircraft were taken out from the Oman base and other bases. They are thinning out that area because they know this is the most likely target to Iran if it wants to act muscular. It will also open Iran to massive bombardment and the entire force of the American military, which is there in theater, and it is considerable. The point at issue is they hit the Houthis for 7 weeks. Will the Iranians take it on for 7 weeks before they cry uncle? What would be the level of intervention? I think the intervention from the Russians would be to supply equipment, would be to threaten NATO countries not to join in. And the rest depends upon, the principal protagonist. If Iran chooses to do nothing, well, the rest of the world can do nothing.
Okay,
but I do not think that is the choice Iran will make. Absolutely. I do not think that is the choice Iran will make.
We got an update from the Israel war room. Drone sirens along the Israel-Jordan border. Drone sirens along the Israel-Jordan border, which means some missiles would have been expected. Now, question also will be, and I'm going to be coming to Saurabh Shukla on this, ladies and gentlemen. Saurabh Shukla, is joining us from Washington. It's a tense morning. Let me say there is no celebratory air about today. And whoever is in a celebratory mood today is a foolish man or woman, because the whole world is on the edge. We are in an era of great global unpredictability. The fact is that
Absolutely.
US, America, United States of America entering any war, only the foolhardy and the stupid people would say that it's a great thing to celebrate, because while this does achieve a great strategic objective for Israel and a minor political victory for Trump, we must realize that America has never entered a war and gotten out of it easily. It has not gotten out of Iraq easily. It took 8.5 years. It hasn't got out of Afghanistan easily. It has not got out of Vietnam easily. And any American president who enters a situation on the ground has never been in office to see that war end. Trump should learn from history. So unless Trump achieves a very quick strategic goal and there is complete silence from the other side, then we are in a different situation. So Shahjan Alexander is a Trump supporter. Before I come to you, your take, Shahjan, on this morning.
Well, like you said, it's not something to be celebrated. It's not something to be excited about. I completely agree with you. No war is exciting. Definitely, in that aspect, it is not something exciting. But I firmly believe President Trump made the right decision in taking a decisive action against Iran. Because they were given a fair opportunity. They were given a fair opportunity to come to the table and negotiate, but they outrightly refused it. So, we all know Iran is world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism. There is no doubt about it. And Iran has openly chanted death to America and death to Israel for last several years and made no secret of their ambition to obtain nuclear weapons. That is an outcome that has to be stopped. And that is something that US tried to do, and that is what we did today, that we destroyed those nuclear sites, which was a threat, not just for Israel. It was a threat for the entire Middle East region. So, yes, we don't take pleasure in doing that, but this was something which was inevitable. And definitely President Trump's approach is rooted in the principle of peace through strength. And sometimes definitely confronting evil requires decisive force to ensure the safety and the security of our nation and the world.
Can I just add to it, Arnab? Yeah. Can I? Yeah. So my sense is that, as General Bakshi was also saying, I would concur that I don't see the possibility of other countries joining this war actively. I don't see Russia getting into this war actively. Also, one more thing, we should not forget that modern day wars are not fought with boots on the ground. The American warships can do the work. So I see a sense that in case Iran now retaliates, the US will make sure that it already has a heavy deployment, as General Bakshi was also saying, in the region, and they can then make sure that Iranian defenses, they are at it, and also US has superiority there. So if there is a war situation, yes, there will be an impact, whether it's the economic impact, which everybody will face, or the impact on the oil prices, which are expected to go up. That will always be there. But strategically, I feel that the modern warfare obviously is fought through the means of revolution and military warfare, which has happened with drones and missiles coming Iran's way. So that can be expected. And also the US military was already wargaming. They were well aware that what happens next post these targets, and these targets were carefully chosen. And now that they have declared it, that's the reason if you see President Trump's statement, the whole context of this is that we have fulfilled our objective. Now, if you respond in any way, we will make sure that we will retaliate with even bigger response. So that's a message that's coming out of Washington, and my sources are telling me that they're prepared for any eventuality. The first thing is they don't want this war to go on, but they are well prepared and they already have assets in the region which can give a fitting reply to Iran should they respond in any way. That's the sense I'm getting here from Washington.
Any amount of anything, any compromise will mean surrender, Saurabh. I mean, you know, you and General Bakshi are very experienced people, and we know that anything like a compromise or a negotiation is surrender. So Trump can keep speaking about negotiation. Negotiation is the easiest route for regime change. The moment, that's why they were the moment they negotiate, they are finished. So negotiation is the easiest route for regime change. I want to play the sound bites of Donald Trump and Netanyahu, and moment we do that, we'll be back. Let's read their body language this morning.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Okay, that's Netanyahu speaking. A comment here coming in that the Spectator Index reporting that B-2 bombers that struck Iran's nuclear sites had flown non-stop for 37 hours straight from their base in Missouri, refueling several times in midair. This is according to a New York Times report. So, you know, the fact is, Saurabh, this has been very, very well planned out by the American side. And the American military might is unquestionable. And they've shown it today. Only question is global response. I'm just interested in the silence that I'm seeing from China, the silence from Russia, and the silence from Turkey. They would be calibrating their responses.
They will be calibrating the response in some ways, as you were saying earlier as well. I think Donald Trump has also taken some of them by surprise, because they also thought that he was perhaps buying time. He was trying to, follow negotiating tactics. Even though I have a theory to this, Arnab. In the evening, I have a golf theory about Donald Trump. On the weekend, usually either he's in Florida or this time he was at his golf course in New Jersey. But when the word reached some of us who cover the White House that he's coming back in the evening, one got a sense that something is afoot, and certainly what he was planning 2 weeks ahead, he's already done that, and that's what they did. And he came back and announced it. After, as far as the entry of Russia and China are concerned, I think China obviously is too preoccupied when it comes to global affairs on Taiwan. Their end game is trying to see if they can do some action on Taiwan. I don't see China entering this at all. Russia, obviously, they are themselves occupied with Ukraine, and I don't see Putin getting into this war easily. UN, I saw a statement coming out, but you also know UN is merely a pinprick, and nobody takes it seriously these days. So I don't see the international community coming out in any way. They may do some kind of pinpricks, but I don't see anything beyond it. But we have to wait and watch, because any escalation further on will have a deeper impact on the world, as I was saying earlier. And obviously, the global economy is intertwined. India has strategic stakes when it comes to Middle East. And obviously, everybody is impacted by oil prices. It also remains to be seen that if Iran can try to blockade Strait of Hormuz, which it has been threatening to, which is the major choke point which Iran can have. But there again, the US forces are already deployed in the region, and they are preempting this. So I don't see that happening either. But certainly the next few hours will be very, very crucial. Arnab?
Oh, absolutely. Also got another update from here that the advisor to Iran's supreme leader calls for missile strikes on US Navy ships and closing the Strait of Hormuz. We reported that, General Bakshi. CNN reporting that these are 6 B-2 bombers which have dropped 12 bunker busters on the Fordo nuclear base facility. 12 bunker busters. Can you explain that in military terms, sir? What does this mean? General Bakshi.
Exactly. You know, Arnab, the Americans are the only one who have the 16,600 kilogram massive ordnance penetrator called mother of all bombs or the bunker buster, right? Each B-2 bomber carries two of these. Yesterday, when they took off from their base in the United States, one anticipation was that they would first land at Diego Garcia, and from them, after resting their crews, they would go in for the attack. They have achieved a fair degree of surprise. Given the circumstances, I think the United States military needs to be complimented on the degree of surprise it has been able to achieve. Donald Trump played his part by saying he needed 2 weeks when they were fully ready. So that was the verbal deception that they have been practicing. And but indications were available that this was about to happen. In fact, in Washington, as Saurabh would bear, there were a lot of speculation that this weekend would be very, very crucial. I mean, American commentators like McGregor and the others, even David Petraeus had tried to say that America was getting ready to act, though of course he was adding on to the deception component. So these bunker buster bombs, each B-2 bomber carries two of them, Arnav. There were 6 of them. That means 12 bunker buster bombs have been put on to these 3 sites, right? So that means they have been fairly massive kind of attacks. The point is, each bunker buster goes about 100 feet, drills through, depending on what is the material it has to penetrate through. If it is cement, reinforced cement, concrete with steel, etc., penetration would be less. So at times you have to go in for repeated attacks on the same perforation or hole that you have made to be able to get to the crucial underground target and set off a pressure wave. Or you could go for like what we did in Operation Sindoor in Noor Khan. We found an air vent, right, which was just 45 centimeters across. And we put in a BrahMos supersonic cruise missile into that 45 centimeter vent, which is a tremendous feat. So if we could do it, I'm sure the Americans could do it also. They may not have gone the full penetration route, but may have gone to exploit the air vents, the air conditioning vents that have to be there for such underground fortifications. Sorry. So the fact of the matter is, we have to await the full length of the full disclosure of the bomb damage assessment. We have to wait for the satellite photographs.
Yeah.
These are already being analyzed in the United States, I'm very certain. And also in Russia and in China, they have their Beryl satellites, they have their GLONASS satellites up there. And so have we. We would also be able to cover this with fair degree of accuracy. So in the operational rooms, there would be a clearer picture. The rest of us would get to know about the success of the strike. One curious thing is that there is no immediate mention of radioactive leakage. One success of the strike on a nuclear facility, quite obviously, is radioactive leakage. I think we will get information of that in time. Saudi Arabia had announced this morning that there is no radioactivity observed so far. So those are some of the crucial battle indications that we have to look for, Arnab, as we analyze this strike and its aftermath as to what is likely to happen. As I said, doing nothing is not an option for a country like Iran, with the amount of boasting that they have been doing, with the amount of declaratory statements of hitting back and hitting back hard, if they have to go down, they'll take the world down with them in the typical Shia martyrdom fashion. Don't forget, Arnab, that they fought Iraq for 8 years. They sacrificed 1 million lives. So going by their past record, their capability to accept suffering stoically, well, I would not be surprised if they do retaliate. And retaliate, they could, like you very rightly pointed out, hit the American naval ships, try and go in for the aircraft carriers. That is the entire, crux of the Chinese, anti-area A2AD strategy. Use their Dongfeng 17 missiles to go for the carriers and the cruisers of the American Navy. So they could be the very first target. They are a difficult target. They are a mobile target. They are well defended. They have the Patriot missiles. They have the THAADs. So they are already on the alert. Not an easy target to take out. But
not at all.
That is one target. The second set of targets are the ground bases, where there are American troops, where there are the others.
Yeah, I'd like to take a view from Samar Paltur on the military dynamics on the ground. Samar, your reading of the situation from here on in terms of a military response, if any, from the Iranian side or their proxies? Okay.
Arnab, it is now going to turn into an ugly proxy war as last week one of the first Chinese transport carrier aircraft for the first time landed in Lebanon. So what was it doing in Lebanon and what equipment it was carrying in Lebanon? Nobody is aware of it. So this is one telltale sign. Second is they have the radar systems for surface to air detections, which were provided by China to Iran, which probably were effective. That is one of the reasons why few F-16s and, as claimed by Iran, 2 F-35s were brought down. So you see, this is going to be a proxy between East versus West, whereas here China is going to play the front role because of the battle group of USS Nimitz moving away from the Indian Ocean and getting involved in this conflict gives China a more clear room to operate against Taiwan. And to decimate and weaken the American forces, China will do everything in its power to bring all the missiles and equipment to Iran, which it has already been doing so. And Iran is going to probably operate these against Israel. And as General Bakshi had said, that the main blow will be on any of the USS aircraft carriers being sunk, because even the Houthi rebels have declared war against USA. There is a very strong probability for Hezbollah moving into Israel by tonight or by tomorrow and launch their rocket attacks against Israel. So you see, it is going to become very chaotic. And who's going to take advantage of the whole situation? China, and to a large extent Russia, because there is a nuclear power plant, Bushehr, where 600 Russians are stationed, and they are operating the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran. That is one of the major reasons why Bushehr nuclear power plant is not being bombed, because Russia had already informed USA not to bomb that nuclear plant because it is active and it is producing electricity. So you see, there are going to be, it's going to be very chaotic. Erdogan, the Turkish head of state, has called OIC meeting and has asked for unity amongst Muslim nations, because he has strongly said that the next turn could be Turkey's turn in terms of conflict with the West, because of the issues it is having with Cyprus and Greece. So you see, there is a lot of tension in the Islamic world as of now. And don't be surprised if other one or two Islamic nations go against the Americans. Arnab.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, that was U.S. President Donald Trump making that announcement, which we replayed for the benefit of viewers who have just joined in the studios. Shivangi Shukla continues to be with me, and then we have Major Samarpal Tur. We have Alexander Shahjan joining us from Georgia in the United States, and of course Saurabh Shukla. If I could begin with you first. Familiar face needs no introduction. Saurabh, where is it headed to? It's really uncharted territory from here on.
Saurabh, have to wait and watch.
Yeah, go ahead.
Of how Israel, how Iran will react to this, because my sources telling me that there is a high alert. In fact, I just can inform the viewers here that the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department has issued an advisory asking all the residents to be vigilant, because they're also monitoring some sleeper cells for anything against U.S. interest here in the U.S. as well. But militarily, as I was saying earlier, on the show, that the U.S. already has its carrier group deployed very close to the Iranian territory. They are very well prepared. They were anticipating that post this, Iran may resort to some missile strike, and my sources are telling me here in Washington, D.C. that they're very well capable of not only taking on these threats, but to responding this with a major force. This will be a war which will be largely which will be run through other means, as I say, that the war machinery has changed. It will be done through missiles, not through any aircrafts and all. That's what I foresee. But certainly it will have a major impact on the global economy and also on the oil prices as the markets also open on Monday. Abhishek.
Yeah. I mean, oil price is going to be an important factor given the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. We have a breaking news development, which is that India has temporarily put on hold Operation Sindhu, given the tense situation in the Middle East, particularly the closure of airspace in Iran and Israel and some other geographies. That's an important one because we have already evacuated about 1,000 of our citizens from Iran and Israel. The operation is only temporarily halted is what we're getting to hear. It's going to continue immediately on things becoming clear about whether flights can take off again from Iran and Israel. The airspace being closed as of now. So we are going to keep it fast-paced. Let's move on. And you were mentioning about oil supplies, Saurabh. That's going to be a concern given the fact that about 1/5 or more of global oil supplies, oil and gas supplies pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and about 80% of that comes to Asia, in fact, not to the West or America. So maybe they are not concerned, but it is an area of concern for us. But we'll discuss that in a bit. Let's look at some of the global reactions coming in. We have Antonio Guterres, who's saying he's gravely alarmed. We have Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, welcoming it. We have Mexico Foreign Ministry saying, Ministry urgently calls for diplomatic dialogue in the Middle East. From Cuba, we have reaction. We strongly condemn the U.S. bombing. Shahjahan, coming to you there. Is there a ramp-off that Donald Trump has already given in his statement that it's now time for peace? So if the Iranians don't retaliate, our military objectives are achieved. Thank you.
Absolutely, because I don't think President Trump wants to go into a full-fledged war with Iran. Not just Iran. He always said he don't want to go for any war. He always said peace through strength, which means he wants to negotiate. The whole tariff issue was also initially when we had the open border with Mexico. We tried to fix it with the tariffs. So definitely he loves to negotiate. He don't want to go into war. But this one was inevitable. He made it very clear for last 40 years. Yeah. They've been chanting death for America.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But Alexander, we had Saurabh from Washington, D.C. telling us that there is a state of high alert. I'm getting reports which suggest that about a dozen or other major cities in the United States are put on high alert. Is the United States expecting that Iran can fly that far and cause some harm?
I mean, there is definitely, it is been in the news. It is being alerted by the law enforcement, the FBI, that we all know there is sleeper cell activities in the United States, especially during the Biden administration. The border was very open; it was wide open. You don't know who all got into this country. You never know what kind of people came. We had millions of illegal criminals just walked into this country with a terrorist background. There was no vetting. So definitely there is a threat. Definitely there is an alert by all the law enforcement agencies.
We have, in fact, a U.S.-Israel statement from Benjamin Netanyahu, a second one, I believe, that has happened after the American strikes. Can we just listen to that? Can we hear that, the statement of Benjamin Netanyahu? Play out.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
All right, let's get in Major Samarpal Toor also in the conversation. Samar, President Trump said that this far no further from their side, but they have other targets marked in case Iran retaliates. Now we know, we are hearing those reports, we're getting those reports that those B-2 bombers that carried out the bombing of the Fordo facility, they are back to the bases, possibly reached Guam already. In which case, what kind of military escalation you think the United States could be looking at, or we could be looking at in the geography, in the Middle East?
You see, Abhishek, they have right now, mobilizing a battle carrier group is no joke. So it is very funny when President Trump says that they are not going to go ahead anything after this, whereas you have already mobilized a battle group of USS Nimitz and USS Gerald. So it definitely, earlier he was saying that they will attack within 4 to 5 days. So when you go in for a military conflict, exact timelines and dates are never disclosed, and that is what we have witnessed today. It is logically not possible to give us exact date and time of the attack. Secondly, they are claiming that they have destroyed the Fordo location, but let me tell you that only the exits of the Fordo locations have been impacted. Nothing has happened to the uranium enrichment plant. And as far as the enriched uranium was concerned, it was already shifted around 1 week to 10 days back.
Major, hold on to your thoughts. Major, sorry to be interjecting, but we have an important development, an important news break coming in, which is that Iran has said that the United States has violated UN Charter and international law. That comes from a post by Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyid Abbas Araghchi, and in which he has said that the United States, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the NPT by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear installations. The events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless, and criminal behavior. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interest, and people, which means Iran is officially announcing that it is going to retaliate, it is going to hit back, and of course, they will choose their own time. That's a big one. Major General Sanjay Soy is joining us on that note. General Soy, this is the first strong statement coming in from Iran, and it's clear that they are indicating that they are going to respond. They are not listening or heeding to Donald Trump's statement that if Iran does not retaliate, this war is not going any further, which means Iran is clear that they are going to avenge these strikes if need be by escalating.
Absolutely, Abhishek. In fact, I would say before that Israel had also underestimated Iran, but the way Iran had retaliated against Israel That itself showed that they have the will and they have the capability. Now see there are 3-4 options Iran can exercise. Number one, use of missile and drones on Israel and American assets, American bases in Middle East. Second, could use the proxies like Houthi and Hezbollah. Houthis have already warned that they will start attacking American ships and American shippings. Thirdly, they can use the terrorist attack. I am sitting in the USA at the moment. I believe that New York police and other people have been alerted to guard, be extra vigilant on religious places and on the embassies, especially religious places of Jewish. So that is another angle which can be utilized, or blocking the Gulf of Hormuz. There are many options Iran can exercise, but what they do, how they do, or they do use all options. This needs to be seen. But one thing I would like to say, Abhishek, is that US had made all the preparations by moving extra aircraft carrier, by moving their aircraft to Guam and other bases, and enforcing and more air defense resources in the Middle East, making their forces alert, vacating the Qatar airbase. Number of actions US was taking in last 3-4 days, which were showing that some sort of action is there. Calling Asim Munir also for lunch was also part of the whole strategy of preparation for the attack. So, and at the same time, probably neutralizing Russia and China also by engaging them in talks. So there are many things at diplomatic front, preparation front, US has done before carrying out this kind of attack, Abhishek.
Okay, let me go back to Saurabh Shukla. Saurabh, you were in fact mentioning about the sleeper cells against which the Americans are in a state of high alert. What kind of sleeper cells really? I mean, it's so difficult to get in lawfully in the United States. Is there a suggestion that the illegals, that people from earlier that Iran in fact conducts a covert operation inside the United States, which could be activated?
Well, absolutely. My sources in the intelligence community are also telling me here, Abhishek, that they're keeping a very close watch on obviously the chatter that is being reported anywhere on the internet, on the telecom networks, and also on the deep web, because they do believe that Iran, which has been funding these terror groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, they know that they cannot match the US's military might in any way. That's the reason they may try to target civilian locations both outside of the US and also try to target the locations within the US. That's the reason why I mentioned a short while back, Washington DC's police department issued alert. A lot of other US cities are on high alert tonight, and also this being the weekend, a lot of people come out. So obviously they are taking no chances at all, because they do know that Iran in the past has also tried to terrorize people through terror attacks at these places and across the globe. And obviously they do know, and they have obviously they're not telling us any details, and which we should not put out because of operational reasons, but certainly they have some sleeper cells in close watch, and they will be acting tonight as well to make sure that the US mainland is kept safe, and any US targets and any of its friends and allies, they are not harmed by these Iranian sleeper cells.
Right.
Abhishek.
Right. Alexander, there are already voices, the likes of Elizabeth Warren, the likes of Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, and many others, Alexander, and they are already calling out President Trump for having carried out these strikes without Congress approval. I mean, how's the politics going to pan out over the next couple of hours at least?
Well, definitely there is opposition from both parties. There are some of the Republican representatives are also saying that President Trump should have get the approval from the Congress. Of course, the liberal Democrats were always against what President Trump wanted to do. See, everything, when he says that everything is done in the context of America First policy. I just saw that there's recently, maybe an hour ago, there was another tweet or President Trump just wrote in the Truth. He said, any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with a force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. So Mr. Saurabh was talking about the sleeper cells. So I'm just surprised, why the representative, the congressmen and the congresswomen like AOC and Senator Elizabeth Warren or Hakeem Jeffries, all these Democrats, and along with them some of the, why are they not concerned about the danger, the future danger or the threat that is facing towards the United States of America? So it is not about, there is no pleasure. Like when I was talking to Mr. Arnab, I was telling him there is no pleasure in going for a war with another country. This is about the national security. This is about the safety and security and peace in the Middle East region. It is not about destroying a country. So as far as I know, there was no casualty of civilians. There was zero civilian casualty in the strike that has happened today. So definitely, we do have threats. I know that.
All right, Alexander, hold on to your thoughts. Another breaking news development. Justin, Israeli Air Force has claimed that they have downed 2 unidentified aerial systems, UAS, as they are called, basically Iranian drones that had entered into Israeli territory, which means military action continues on both the sides. In fact, we have another breaking news, which is that Iranians have said that there is no nuclear contamination as of now from any of these sites. Also remember, the Saudis have similarly said that they are not, their agencies tasked with the job have not seen or observed any nuclear leakage, nuclear radiation leak from those sites, which is a likelihood. In fact, these are pictures of the drones intercepted over the Israeli territory having been taken down. IDF intercepts 2 drones fired by Iran. And these are in the southern territories of Israel, and the hostile UAVs, obviously drones from Iran, have been taken down, which means Iran is still, that's another breaking news. Iran has now sought an emergency meeting of the United Nations at the United Nations to discuss the American strikes. As you remember, we had their foreign minister claim or say that strikes by America are in contravention of international law. Okay, on that note, if I can go back to Major Samarpal Tur. Major, we were discussing about the possible trajectory of the events from here on. But Trump, I don't think from the announcement there is any confusion that the Americans really would want things to stop here. Even the Israelis announced that for now they are not carrying out any offensive action, and they are putting on hold Operation Rising Lion, which means essentially now it's for Iran to decide whether it wants to escalate further, retaliate, and then be prepared for another round of offensive from the Israelis and Americans together. Or you think that the Iranians might decide, okay, fine, the nuclear facilities were anyway gone, were anyway supposed to go, they were willing to anyway make a compromise, so let's call it a day here.
See, Abhishek, they've already stirred the hornet's nest, because after the nuclear facilities, now what? Now what are the targets? Because there are no military boots on the ground. I mean, what other aerial targets are left? The biggest and the imminent threat were the nuclear sites which have already been attacked. But you see, the Iranians had catered for this day. They had already catered for secondary sites, which are still not known to the intelligence agencies. I mean, the Iranians cannot be so dumb that the IAEA knows the coordinates, knows the locations of all these places, and Iran is well aware that these are with the intelligence agencies of the West. So they would have definitely had a plan B to secure their nuclear arsenal and equipment. And what bothers me the most is what if Iran already possesses a nuclear bomb to a less grade.
That's again.
The Iranians were 5.3% short of 90% uranium enrichment almost 1.5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we are saying that this is uncharted territory. We don't know. There are too many unknowns, as the other Donald would have said, that Donald Rumsfeld. Saurabh, coming back to you, how are things panning out in Washington, D.C.? We believe Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, is going to address a press conference, a full-fledged press conference, along with the military leadership at 8 a.m. U.S. time, which is about 5:30 p.m. India time. How are things expected to go on from here, Saurabh?
So he's, sources telling me, Abhishek, two things. One, obviously, Pete Hegseth is going to give out the details of what really happened. A lot of people in the US media are telling me also, my colleagues here, that the briefing will be briefing where the US military commanders are also likely to be present. They will give the blow-by-blow account of how this operation unfolded. They will also brief on anything other than this, because as you see, President Trump's statement is quite clear that he has sent a clear warning to Iran that while we have taken these measures against your nuclear facilities, which we had stated earlier, now any further retaliation in response to these strikes will be dealt with more severely. So clear messaging coming out of the US president. Also, one thing we were discussing about different statements coming out on these strikes. So there are many senators. In fact, I saw a statement by a prominent Democratic senator, John Fetterman, who has supported these strikes. So Donald Trump is also getting support from some of the members of the Democratic Party. So it's a mixed bag, because there is a large sentiment here which supports in the US Israel, and they also believe that these strikes were aimed at not only neutralizing Iran's nuclear targets, but also a larger interest of terrorism from groups like Hamas and Hezbollah, which have got a clear message that if the US can hit out at Iran's key assets, the nuclear assets, they can also hit out at the other targets. Clearly, the next few hours, as I was saying, will be crucial, but the US is on high alert, and so should other parts of the world as well, because obviously these terror groups, as I was saying earlier, their sleeper cells will try to foment trouble wherever they can. Wherever they see a soft target, they'll try to create some impact, Abhishek.
All right, another breaking news. Saurabh, stay with us. We have to continue this conversation. This is a big breaking development in global geopolitics. Now, Saudi Arabia and its nuclear watchdog has said that they cannot see or observe any nuclear radiation in the Gulf region, and no nuclear radiation and no nuclear leakage. That means from the sites which were hit by the Americans, massive payload carried out by those B-2 bombers, the bunker buster bomb, as it is called, 13,000 kilograms, 13,000 tons. And but it seems things are really building up, not pulling back. Iran has launched missile strikes at Israel. Earlier we were getting reports only of drones coming in, but now it seems even missiles have been launched, which means Iran is still left with some residual capacity to hit back on Israel. And it would be interesting how the Americans respond to this, because Donald Trump was very clear that if Iran does not retaliate, only then things will stop. Otherwise, the targets are set and ready. General Soy, you think this amounts to the kind of provocation which can draw the Americans in again, that America can, as Donald Trump was suggesting, they have targets locked, could carry out strikes on those targets?
Sheikh, now the thing is, whether these missiles and drones have been directed towards American bases or Israel. Maybe if it goes to the Israel, then America may just lie low and wait for the Israel to respond, and Israel has the capacity. But however, one point which emerges very clearly, that what Iran had announced, they are responding, whether the missile are able to reach, land, or be effective, or some of them are able to land, that is a different point. But the fact is that they have responded. There are a couple of reasons. One is they have to tell the people also, that they have to tell the public that we are retaliating. We have not bowed down. We are not submitting. We are not accepting defeat. We will fight. That is one point. Second thing is message to Israel also, that yes, we are still there. We are fighting. Like Israel had underestimated power of Iran earlier. They thought that they are also something like Hamas and Hezbollah. But here the ball game was totally different. The kind of damage which Israel suffered, they had never seen in many years. So that is another angle which is there. Now what other speaker had brought out, I had also brought out earlier, that Iran can also try the terrorist attack. Iran can also try to attack the American bases by different means. So let's see how other actions are taking place. But in this case, I don't think so America will respond. Maybe the Israel will be able to respond and destroy the missiles en route. America will definitely help them in destruction of these drones and missiles on the way. Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. There are at least a dozen odd bases, if not more, that the United States maintains in the Middle East, Saurabh. And the Al Udeid base, for example, in Qatar is the one which is closest to Iranian strikes, or most vulnerable to Iranian strikes. And while it has already been almost completely evacuated, there are other bases that Iranian missiles can reach, Saurabh. So as much as the state of high alert on the homeland, it is these bases that perhaps need a closer attention.
See, that's the reason, as I was saying, Abhishek, the US was preempting these threats. So they obviously have made sure that their key assets have been removed. What they also have is the whole naval carrier group, which is there, in some way surrounding Iran. So, and their naval carriers are capable of making sure that the Iranian threat is neutralized. Also, Iran would also not like to involve some of these other countries, because any attack which can misfire on any of these countries, which are also key Arab countries, and some of them obviously have a relationship with Iran as well. So it's a catch-22 situation for Iran as well on how it will respond, because its options in some ways is also limited. And that's the reason why I foresee that it will continue to pound in whatever way against Israeli targets, will try to see an opening on wherever it can find on a US military target, but it will try to do take the other option by activating its proxy group, its terror groups, to try and attack maybe the civilian and military installations of US and its allies. So that's something which sources telling me they're very vigilant about, and they're taking all the preventive steps here. Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, just a while back, the Iranian state TV, Saurabh, had run a program in which the news anchor with a picture of all the American bases, and we will play that footage in a bit. But for now, okay, reports confirming the scale of destruction of the Fordo nuclear facility, which was, remember, about 300 feet underground, 100 meters underground, which has been hit by the Americans using those bunker buster bombs flown on board B-2 bombers and taken and dropped at Fordo, apart from, of course, targeting Natanz and Isfahan, but those targets were hit using Tomahawk missiles from its naval assets, a submarine or more than one submarine in the Mediterranean, perhaps, or even the Persian Gulf. America maintains a huge military presence in the region. Saurabh, I'm told you are going to leave in a bit, but your closing comments, how the day pans out tomorrow in the United States.
As I was saying earlier, Abhishek, there are three things happening. One, obviously, the US is well prepared to take on any response from Iran. All their assets are on a high alert. Second, as I was saying, that the US Defense Secretary's briefing is expected to give out threadbare details of this operation, whatever they can, and that's the reason why the top military officials will be there along with the US Defense Secretary, because the US also wants to send out a message to the world that this attack also reinforces the US's military power, that it is one of the only countries which can fly in bombers from deep within the US territory to mount an operation like this and obviously go back completely undetected. So that's the power of their stealth capability, and certainly there is a sense that this is one of the high points of the US military and the US's strategic victory in the manner in which they have carried out this operation. So that is the big thing that I'm expecting tomorrow morning Washington DC time here, despite this being a Sunday, yet they're making sure that this briefing is being held, and they're keeping the journalists posted on what's happening. But yes, I can tell all our viewers here that the US is on high alert. All their agencies, including FBI and the local police authorities, have issued advisories that they are keeping close watch on any Iran-linked sleeper cells who may try to foment trouble following these attacks that the US has done on these nuclear targets. I also want to reinforce that what US has done also has a strategic dimension, where it has set up a precedent, and a precedent is very important in international relations. And tomorrow, if there is a threat, even India can use a precedent like this tomorrow to make sure that we can take out the Pakistani nuclear assets if there is a threat that India continues to foresee from Pakistan because of its continued support to terrorism, to the Indian targets and other countries across the globe. So I see a huge strategic impact of these strikes that have happened today here against Iran today, Abhishek.
Saurabh, last question before I let you go. It's very typical template, copybook. An American president, if there is any dip in ratings, war becomes an easy way out. So while having campaigned for pulling back America from all wars, Donald Trump has also opted for war.
So I will put it differently, Abhishek. To be fair to President Trump, there were a lot of options. In fact, there were people within his inner circle who were advising him to go ahead and do these strikes much earlier. He has continued to wait because his main campaign promise was that he will take away USF from all the wars. And obviously, this wouldn't have been an option which suited him domestically. But the manner in which he has done it, certainly it seems that his domestic ratings will go up because, as I was saying earlier, that despite the fact that there will be some people within the US Congress who are opposed to it, but he's also getting support from some unexpected quarters. A prominent Democratic Senator, John Fetterman, just tweeted a short while back. So I think he has calculated this well. And also, if you read his statement very clearly, he has tried to hint that US does not want to be engaged in this war. The message to Iran is very clear that we have done this thing. It's something like what India did. You see, we mounted an operation. We obviously ended at a time when we felt that the operational objective was over. The US has also done that, but yes, if Iran escalates and hits out at any US target, either military target or a civilian target, then obviously it should know that there will be hell to pay for Iran. That's what the message
Right. Saurabh, since you want to go, I'll let you go, but then this is it's a day of fast-paced development, Saurabh, and the latest is that Israel has confirmed that Iran has launched as many as 25 missiles their way and in their direction. And there is already a state of red alert. We are trying to connect with some guests in Israel, and they say that they are in bunkers, they are in shelters, bomb shelters. Of course, that's a regular drill for the Israelis, but the scale is absolutely stupendous this time. I wonder if the Israelis were actually expecting that these kind of escalatory missile strikes would happen from Iranian side, but Israeli media now reporting that Iran has fired 25 missiles in the direction of Israel, and their major urban centers like Haifa and Tel Aviv are on target. Advisories issued to take to bomb shelters. Red alert, as they say, has been issued. And continuing this conversation, Major Tour, coming back to you. Iran is hitting back. It has sent drones after American strikes. Now, Israeli media itself is confirming 25 missiles are coming their way, which means Iran's counter-strike capability is still there.
Yes, Abhishek, it is very much effective. And it is just that the Israeli Air Force has wiped out just the 60% of the mobile launchers. Now, when I say mobile launchers, are the trucks which can carry these missiles and can fire them from any undisclosed location, even while on the move. But whereas the missile silos are concerned, see, the main objective of Iran was this war. And it has definitely prepared itself for a very long haul. And it knows who the enemies are and whom it was against, the Americans and the Israelis. So definitely, the nuclear site at Isfahan, it was pounded with approximately 30 Tomahawk missiles. But it is just superficial damage of the buildings above. Nothing has penetrated inside. So it will be foolish on Iran's part to continue further in this war. If they are smart and intelligent enough, they should call it off and they should continue with whatever they want to achieve or whatever the objectives are. But I think that it is too late for it. China has already brought in a lot of surface-to-air missiles and provided them to Iran at different, airstrips and locations.
Yeah.
So definitely it's going to be another Ukraine. This turf is going to be the Ukraine of the Middle East, where the weapons of the Chinese regime and that of the Americans and that of Israel are going to be tested and going to be used. And this is going to be a long war. The Houthis are there. Islamic Jihad is there. Hamas is there. The Hezbollah has already said that the moment US attacks Iran, they are going in for the offensive. And Hezbollah has approximately more than 2.5 lakh missiles and rockets waiting to be pounded on Israel. So end of the day, it is Israel which is going to take majority of the collateral damage and loss of human life as well. So I am sure that Israel is prepared for it. But the amount of technology that Iran has gathered so far for the last 3 decades was for this day, and they are not going to go down easy. It is going to be a tough battle, and there will be losses on all 3 sides, Israel, US, and that of Iran. It is not going to be a fight which is going to be one-sided.
Yeah,
as we've seen. We've seen the Vietnam War. We've seen what happened in Afghanistan. We saw what happened in Iraq. In today's world, it is just not possible to occupy foreign land or send troops to fight. It is going to drain the country's economy out. That is one of the major reasons why America was avoiding this war and avoiding the American foot soldiers on ground.
Okay.
So let's see how it is going to pan out in the coming
Major, since you
48
mentioned
hours.
that this is not going to be an unequal war, the Iranians still have some capacity left, and maybe that's why their official state broadcaster made that announcement a while back that American bases could be targeted. Let's listen to that.
من هدف مشروع ایران هستند. آمریکا با این اقدامی که انجام داد علیه ایران و حریم هوایی ایران را شکست و جنایت علیه ایران انجام داد دیگه جایی در منطقه غرب آسیا نداره. آقای رئیس جمهور آمریکا شما شروع کردید و ما تمومش خواهیم کرد. من هدف مشروع ایران هستند. آمریکا با این اقدامی که انجام داد علیه ایران و حریم هوایی ایران را شکست و جنایت علیه ایران انجام داد دیگه جایی در منطقه غرب آسیا نداره. آقای رئیس جمهور آمریکا شما شروع کردید و ما تمومش خواهیم کرد.
We have a guest from Israel now joining us and his name is Adam Bellows. He's the CEO of the Israel Innovation Fund. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Very good morning to you from here, Mr. Bellows. And I believe there is a general state of red alert in Israel because of the incoming Iranian missile strikes. How's the situation like there on the ground, Mr. Bellows?
I'm in a bomb shelter right now, so I'm not really aware of the situation outside of the shelter.
All right, you don't know the situation outside the bomb shelter. That's absolutely understandable. But are do you hear the sirens going, and what's the general advisory?
Yeah, I can hear the interceptions going. I have no idea at this time if anything has been hit. There hasn't been an immediate update just yet. I was unaware of the situation 2 hours ago. I was asleep. It was about 5 a.m. here.
Yes.
So we were under the impression that President Trump was going to be waiting 2 weeks to make a decision. Obviously, that has been a repetition of the political theater that we've seen leading up to the beginning of this form or this evolution of the conflict that has started since October 7th between Israel and Iran. And from what I can understand, the nuclear sites have been bunker busted in Iran by the United States. The United States has officially joined this fight against Iran, given the nuclear ambitions of the Islamic regime. And the president's opposition in America is calling what he has done unconstitutional and dangerous. And so it's very clear to see that the opposition to Trump is obviously on Qatar or Iran's payroll, which I think is very interesting. I'm receiving messages. I'm just looking at the door of the bomb shelter to make sure it's locked. I'm receiving messages from around the country where everybody's kind of checking in with each other at this time. And it looks as if it's probably going to be a very interesting day today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems that if the reports of Israeli media are true, Mr. Bellows, that Iran has fired 25 missiles in the direction of Israel, then obviously it's the escalation is building up. I hope you're well stocked. Can you tell us whether, since you are inside a bunker, inside a shelter, how long you can stay inside? What are the provisions so that your basic needs are taken care of? Like, is there provision for oxygen, etc., for the long haul, which seems to be the case in the present?
Provisions that are here are more than enough to survive.
All right, more than enough to survive. And what's the mode of communication since you are deep there, deep under? How do you communicate with the rest of the world? How does the government communicate with you since you are in the shelter?
Well, we do have Wi-Fi signal here, and we do have a cellular signal here. So
power supply disruption is not there, which means that the Iranians have not succeeded in targeting the Israeli infrastructure with any success. That's a good news, of course.
That would be correct. There's been no successful attack on our infrastructure since October 7th, which I believe was one of the issues that had happened on the 7th itself. I'm just trying to, sorry, I obviously woke up suddenly, so I'm a little slow. What I was going to say is that I don't believe there's been anything successful on our infrastructure attacked. I'm sure that's probably the goal of the Iranian regime right now, of the Islamic Republic, but I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. And I believe if one part of the grid goes down in Israel, the whole grid will go down, so that changes a lot. But that's not what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, Mr. Belus, we really much appreciate your joining us on this live broadcast. Given the situation you are in, we would, of course, pray that you are safe and you take care of yourself. Thank you so much once again for joining us. World reactions have started coming in. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General there, saying that he's gravely alarmed and he calls for all member states to de-escalate. That's a standard UN response after having failed to make sure that Iran is not building nuclear weapons faster than it has ever in its history. Now the United Nations are raising the alarm. Of course, Iran wants a discussion in the United Nations Security Council, and it would surely have some of those, some friends on that 15-member body to make that discussion happen. Remember, China and Russia, both veto-wielding members of the UNSC, have been traditionally pro-Iran in this situation, though of course they have maintained a measured silence, but de-escalation is something on which everyone seems to be on the same page. This even as Iran continues to escalate. How long, for how far? Those are the questions on our minds. If I can go back to the guests, there is one interesting aspect, Alexander Shahjahan, if I could come back to you, which is that President Trump till last evening was saying that he will take a fortnight to decide. Now it is clear that that was just part of deception. That was just trickery to get the Iranians off guard. Alexander.
Well, I was in another discussion and I was telling, there are a lot of things that is being cooked behind the scene. We really don't know. Yes, President Trump was saying that, I give them 2 weeks or I'll decide in 2 weeks. But things were getting bad based on the advisors. It's high time that we need to do something because Israel was always on threat of, we saw that 25 missiles were fired. What if they could fire one with a nuke? So it's a risk. Waiting is a risk. So people will ask, is it too early? Absolutely no. It's high time to do it. Like everybody, Mr. Saurabh was mentioning Fetterman. Fetterman said that I've long maintained. That was the statement by Fetterman, Senator Fetterman, senior Democrat senator. He said, I've long maintained this position and POTUS did the right thing. So that is some of the reactions from the opposition.
Yeah.
So there is different reactions.
Now, continue. I mean, what was that 2 weeks gig about, What was there to wait for 2 weeks if that was the kind of clarity with which President Trump was prepared?
No. There was. I don't think he really wanted to wait.
He really never meant it.
2 weeks.
He really never meant it. He was prepared to bomb Iran Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whichever option was practical, feasible.
No, so I believe it is being under discussion when right after the diplomats in the Middle East, their families, only important critical personnel.
I'm sorry to be interjecting, Alexander, but I'm getting first of the reactions from the United Kingdom. Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying, I am clear that Israel has the right to defend itself and against Iranian aggression. I'm equally clear that we need to avoid further regional escalation and urge all sides to pull back. That was Keir Starmer, now Mike Johnson, Speaker of the U.S. Congress, House of Representatives. Congress stands resolutely behind Israel as our ally, strikes in self-defense. The world should know we will fully support Israel. Of course, Mike Johnson was briefed by the Trump administration beforehand, given the fact that American president, of course, needs Congress approval for these kind of military actions. Alexander, what kind of approval does American president really need, if you can explain, for these kind of strikes? Like, they can be post facto also, it seems?
Well, all the wars should be approved by Congress. Should approve the war. That is the constitutional thing to do. The Congress has to. When I say Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate has to approve it. So that is definitely, when we are going into war, an official declared war. Definitely, Congress has to approve it. But I don't think President Trump. There is definitely a lot of technicalities in it. You cannot call it as a war. For technical reasons, we could say that we just strike a dangerous site. We just busted that. So it's not a full-fledged war. Again, I was trying to tell before that I don't think President Trump wanted to escalate this situation. So even now he's saying that hopefully Iran is going to come for a peace negotiation, for a peace talk. So like you said before, that it's up to Iran now. It's up to Iran now whether they want to escalate it or not. They could just stop it at this point. They could come for a negotiation. The only requirement is they cannot have any nuclear weapon. Iran cannot have any nuclear weapon. That is it.
Yeah, okay.
Once they come to a...
your neighbors, Alexander, your neighbors in Latin America, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, Cuba, Venezuela, all have condemned this bombing of Iran by Trump. You should thank God that they are not members of the U.S. Congress. Otherwise, you would have been in minority. Major Tour wants to come on this. Major Tour, you want to say something on this?
See, Abhishek, it has been almost 3 years that the illegal infiltration of immigrants has been going on through Mexico. And a large amount of these illegal immigrants have been mostly people and individuals from the Middle East. So it is not going to be surprising that in the coming 48 hours or 72 hours, there might be some sporadic instances which might take place in US. And you see, that is one of the major reasons why there is being a big crackdown on illegal immigrants. And for all you may know, their presence is more in Los Angeles. That is why the Marines are deployed there. Because the FBI, CIA, everyone is working hand in glove. And I'm very sure that they are aware of the sleeper cells and their locations. But getting to them might be a task, because these are people who talk in different languages, who will also use female informants and local people from the US to carry out their attacks. So you see, the vulnerability of US has increased, not only till United States, but all over in the Middle East. And that is one of the major reasons why you just showed a clip of the reporter reporting the foreign military bases of the US.
Yeah.
So 101% all military bases, be it in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, wherever they might be, they will be struck, 99% they will be struck maybe by tonight, because as I speak with you, Abhishek, there has already been 10 ballistic missile strikes in Israel, and Haifa has taken majority of the hits and few residential areas.
Okay.
The visuals, you will get them in a little while.
Yeah, we're getting some visuals already.
It is going to be collateral and loss of life either ways. It is not going to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Soy, if if what Major Tur is saying is right in terms of his military understanding of how the events pan out, what are the consequences? For example, the Strait of Hormuz, the choke point, do you think it's going to be disrupted? The supplies are going to be disrupted? The oil and gas supplies are to be disrupted? Are we going to see a move in that direction? Blockade of Strait of Hormuz?
If that happens, because about 25% of the oil coming towards this part of the world passes through Gulf of Hormuz. But the point is, Abhishek, if the Gulf of Hormuz is blocked, then the UAE also gets affected, Saudi Arabia also gets affected. So will Iran do that? Because then only way they have is mining that area probably. Otherwise, Iranian Navy will not be so strong. The way USA has reinforced its naval presence in the Middle East with sending one more aircraft carrier, two they already had. Besides that, increasing the presence of the fighter aircraft, Air Force and other air defense elements, it will be a big challenge because it will affect the oil supply to India. India will get affected, the oil supply to China and other countries in Southeast Asia. So this will definitely, Iran, if need be, as a desperate measure, could use it as a choking point, or could as a blackmailing point. But will they do it? That is questionable. Second thing is, like other speakers have brought out, like missile strike. I would feel, my view is that they may restrict it to the Israel at the moment because the way they have done it now also they attacked the Haifa and other places and some of them are getting successful because they are using ballistic missile. They are not using cruise or very few numbers of drones as a decoy they are using. So those success rates are much higher. So they will do it because they have to prove it to the public. They have to respond to the attacks by Israel and America. And I feel and as far as America and Israel are concerned, they say the ball is in Iran's court.
Yeah.
We are done with it. We have destroyed the nuclear facility. Now, if Iran responds, the language says, if Iran responds, we will punish them very badly. So, otherwise, I feel.
But Iran seems to be already. Just so Iran seems to be already responding. They seem to be already hitting back. I mean, Israeli media reports saying 25 missiles fired at them.
They are attacking Israel, not US bases. Now, recent attacks also are restricted to Israel. Will the US respond to the attack on Israel? Because they were that if US assets, your people are attacked, then we will respond this thing. Now, I think Israel will respond and probably US will assist them. US is already assisting them in destruction of drone missile on the way to Israel, and they will also add. And the surprising part is when the whole sky is covered and in their control. Iranian skies under control of Air Force. Iran does not have any viable Air Force. They are dependent only attack on missiles and drones.
Yeah.
So, in spite of that, they are able to carry out the attack. That is very, very surprising, and they are not able to detect and identify, in spite of all the AWACS, satellite presence, and all kinds of electronic and intelligence facilities there. So, they have hidden them in the underground bases. They just come out, fire. And that, but it shows the resolve of Iran that they will continue to fight, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the situation is building up to a possible military escalation because Iran is not backing off. There is saber rattling about targeting American bases in the Middle East. And while in a preemptive move, the United States has already effectively evacuated a majority of these bases. What is important is that even if a physical hit is made, irrespective of whether it targets any of the personnel or American citizens present there in the region, what is important is that that would be seen as an act of war against the United States by the Trump administration. They, of course, have a tremendous amount of military power. And we have more guests joining us. Terry Newell also now with us, he live from Israel. Terry, despite the general state of red alert, you're joining us live. Thank you so much. We much appreciate that, Terry. And how's the situation like? Sirens blowing and advisories for being in bomb shelters. Are you in one of them?
Difficult, you're going in and out.
Yeah, go ahead, Terry. If you, yeah, please go ahead.
Well, good morning. We have woken to a new world, a world in which the sponsors have lost perhaps access to the most dangerous weapons of war. And for that, we have to say Trump, we have to say thank you to the Americans. And we have to look forward to a world in which nations can live together in peace. That will enable us to build a happier and safer world. You know, I think now people are seeing that having taken out the leaders of Hamas and then of Hezbollah and then Bashar Assad falling, and now we're also seeing these issues happening in Iran, that dangerous nations should not be allowed to hold dangerous weapons. And the free world is doing something about it. For a long time, for decades, in fact, many thought that the free world had lost the will to defend its values and itself. But I think we saw last night, and we've seen over the last 2 years, that in fact, the free world, the democratic world, is willing to stand up and fight for what it believes.
All right. And do you get a sense that finally, Israel can sleep in peace insofar as any possibility of a nuclear strike is concerned? I mean, Iran still has a few hundreds of missiles left, but they cannot carry any nuclear weapon anymore.
No, it isn't. The bombs were carried out in the middle of the night. I've just left the bomb shelter. We've just had a salvo of 30 missiles fired at us. And I'm still finding out what's actually happened exactly, but there have been people hurt and injured. Conventional weapons can still do huge damage, and the Iranian regime, certainly as of half an hour ago, was still saying death to America and death to Israel, which by that it also means death to the free world, death to the democracy, etc., which includes your marvelous country, India, as well. So no, we're not quite there yet, but we made a huge step last night. We have to see what's going to happen in the Gulf area as well, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in Qatar, in Bahrain, in Saudi. They're in large Indian expat communities there as well. I'm sure your thoughts are going out to them. The Americans have taken precautionary measures in their various air bases in the Gulf area. But we'll have to see how this plays out. What is, very important to note is that none of the major allies of Iran, be it India, be it China, be it North Korea, and perhaps even Pakistan, of which, 3 of those 4 countries, well, for all 4 of those countries are nuclear countries, none of them have come to Iran's help. The Americans came and did what they did without any threat of nuclear retaliation from those 4 countries. And so we will have to see how this plays out. But so far, this has been a huge success for the West, for the democratic world, but we are not there yet. The real test will be in the long run if peace treaties can be made and if a brighter economic future linking, as we know, the IMEC, the Indian, Middle Eastern, European Economic Corridor, can be perhaps expanded to include Iran as well, a new Iran. And this will be a huge success.
Okay. And you're talking about a future situation, Terry, in which there is a regime change. The present government is gone and maybe the supreme leader is gone, and then only you can talk about peace agreements, etc. But assume that there is no regime change, and for example, if China doubles down on its support to Iran, then what happens next? Then, of course, this becomes an unending situation.
Well, I can tell, I remember when the Soviet Union collapsed, quite soon afterwards going to Lithuania and meeting with the president of Lithuania regarding a project which we were doing there. And the president of Lithuania, who was the head of the Democratic Party, only months before had been the president and the head of the Communist Party. So often, you know, people remain, but ideas change. So it may be the case that the same people remain in charge of Iran, but their ideology changes. And it may be that the people in Iran, the leadership changes because the leadership is not capable of changing its ideology. We'll have to see how that plays out. But let's remember, Iran is a marvelous country of 90 million people sitting on huge wealth. It's a country made up of many, many, many different cultures and nationalities. It's not just Shiite Muslims. There's also Sunni Muslims. There's also Baha'is there. There's also Azaris. So it is a multifaceted country of which a small group have overtaken it. We will now see perhaps either a change of leadership or a change in approach from the current leadership. And if they can link into the overall trends of the Middle East coming together to create a brighter future, it will be good for the Middle East, for India, and for the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe, Terry, you know, everyone now really wants things to de-escalate, the situation to de-escalate, because it can get dangerous. We had Russian President Vladimir Putin taking a position just a few hours, if not more, before the American strikes, in which he said that we are not leaving Iran, we are there, and that there are at least 2 million people in Iran who speak Russian, maybe because they are from former Soviet republics. So we are going to continue to understand the implications of the developments of the past few hours in the Middle East, including world reactions. Be with us, coming back on the other side of a short break.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
כי מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בתייש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
From the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגור בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בטיח.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי אף בסדר.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کردند. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگینش و هوایی
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं जो काम हमारे किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से सब विजिबल था, तो हमें तेहरान से दूसरे स्टेट में कुंभ में ले गए एंड कुंभ से मशहद एंड मशहद तो फाइनली आज इंडिया हमारी फ्लाइट थी।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles, because it's a very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we're coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית, אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הכלים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הכלים האלה. אני בפן האישי אמרתי, אני לא רוצה לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. לצערי הרב, אחרי הפגיעה שהייתה בפתח תקווה, שגם שם אנשים שהיו בתוך ממ"ד נהרגו, אז אמרתי, יאללה, בואו נשען פה.
Reality in Israel, so you're having dinner and you go to Siren, you're getting a facial, you're living your life, you're trying to live your life and can't live your life. There were 500 sirens today. 500. כמה טילים? בוא נראה.
Seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Welcome back, friends. Bharat 2050 is back. Bigger, bolder, and more visionary than ever. In its second edition, Mega Structures Republic takes you to the very heart of India's infrastructure revolution, from seaports to skyways, energy corridors to digital highways. We decode the monumental builds transforming New India. This isn't just development, it's a national awakening in steel, concrete, and unshakable ambition. And on to a breaking news development now. Connected with the Iran-Israel situation, the Middle East, American bombings inside Iran, taking down of Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz nuclear facilities. Now the IAEA has confirmed that they cannot observe or notice any nuclear radiation from the affected nuclear sites. So this is a statement from the IAEA, which is International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN body tasked with overseeing nuclear non-proliferation treaty and efforts. And they are saying that following attacks on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, the IAEA can confirm that no increase in off-site radiation levels has been reported. In fact, we are being joined in by Israel's ambassador to India, to New Delhi, Reuven Azar. And very good morning to you, Mr. Azar. And I believe all your military objectives achieved this morning.
Well, this is an historic moment because the President Trump has taken a bold decision. I think that his leadership will be recorded as the president that has actually removed the most dangerous weapons from the hands of the most dangerous regime in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And so can we say that Israel can give a ramp off to Iran if it does not retaliate now, if it does not hit? Though, of course, we are getting reports that Iran has fired some missiles in the direction of Israel. What's the status like there on the ground, Ambassador, if you are getting some information from back home?
Well, there has been a significant barrage of missiles flying into Israel. We managed to intercept most of them, but unfortunately there are several hits, and already reports about 2 people that have been badly injured, and a massive building that was hit from a direct strike of a ballistic missile back home.
Yeah, I believe you are being very measured, Ambassador Azar, because it's still an evolving situation. The Americans, Trump administration decided and, has taken down the nuclear facilities of Iran at Fordo, at Isfahan, and at Natanz. Can we get some idea what happens next insofar as the situation is concerned there in the Middle East?
Well, what happens next depends mainly on Iran's reply to President Trump's offer for peace. Iran didn't take seriously the negotiation offer of President Trump about 70 days ago, and instead of negotiating in good faith, they tried to sneak out to build a nuclear device. Now that they understand that President Trump is serious, that Israel is serious when it said time and again that we will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon, they have a chance to come back to the negotiating table and promote stability in our region. Back down from their aggression, back down from their quest of hegemony in our region, back down for the threats to exterminate, annihilate the state of Israel.
They've still fired some missiles, 25 according to Israeli media reports, Ambassador. Then clearly Iran is not backing off. They are escalating.
Well, it's yet remain to be seen if Iran continues to attack Israel. We, of course, will have the freedom to defend ourselves. But what is more important today is that we have shown not only resilience, but resolve to eliminate this existential threat on the state of Israel, the nuclear threat, the missile ballistic threat. And we also have proven to the world that we are in sync with the most powerful nation on earth, that's the United States, that actually assumed its role of defending civilization from this dangerous regime.
Okay, Ambassador Azhar, in fact, our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, is here, and he's speaking to you now.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellency. Mr. Azhar, how are you, sir? Good morning. I hope you can hear me. This is Arnab here.
Yes, I can hear you very well, Arnab. Thank you.
So it's been a very, very important morning. We've seen some very quick developments. I think the question everyone's asking you here, we've seen some retaliation from the Iranian side. Is that something you're concerned about? Because after all, it's about the safety of your people. We've seen the Iranian attacks extremely indiscriminate. All the Israeli media I've been speaking to, I've said that a lot of civilian targets have been there, right? And hospitals have been attacked, other places have been attacked. So what are you worried? Is this going to become worse now for the Israeli people?
Well, I don't think so, Arnab. We are indeed very worried from this barrage of missiles. We've been attacked again this morning, as you said. But we also have been able to degrade in a very significant way, not only the nuclear military program of Iran, but also their missile capabilities. We have taken out more than 400 missiles on the ground, many launchers of missiles, more than half. And we have taken down also a lot of the drone capabilities of Iran. They have been firing more than 1,000 drones towards Israel in the last 10 days. So, yes, we are worried. We would have preferred to avoid this entire operation we had to take. But unfortunately, Iran didn't take seriously neither the negotiation offer by President Trump nor our commitment to deny these capabilities from a country that has sworn to eliminate us. So we are standing strong. We are willing to continue this if necessary. And if Iran doesn't stop attacking us, I think that we'll pay a very dear price.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reuven Azhar, who's with us live this morning, is a very important, high-ranking Israeli diplomat. But the interesting thing is he's had a very, very long innings in Washington, haven't you, Mr. Azhar? Nobody knows the American political and social establishment as well as you. Will there be bipartisan support, given your understanding of American politics and its political structures? Will there be bipartisan support for Trump? And if so, will it last for long? I mean, between the Democrats, Republicans, and other political groups?
We have seen some polls released yesterday. I think there is a lot of bipartisan support. There is some more support, of course, on the Republican side. But I think that the way that President Trump conducted himself by, first of all, offering a fair offer to the Iranians, waiting for 60 days to see whether the Iranians are going to respond responsibly, giving the backing to Israel, but not doing the job instead of Israel. Israel has done a very significant job, to which President Trump was thankful this morning. And we are, of course, very thankful to him, because he did the complementary work necessary, work that we couldn't have done by ourselves in an efficient way, because we do not possess the kinds of capabilities that America does. But to your question, yes, I think it's bipartisan support. We're going to see a lot of both Republicans and Democrats praising this, because I think President Trump has not only acted to defend us, he acted to defend civilization.
Ambassador, do you expect Iran's proxies to hurt you? Because this has been Iran's tactic. They don't get involved in the war themselves. They didn't attack you directly on October 7th. They did it through the Hamas. Are you vulnerable there? And are the American forces in the region vulnerable in that sense?
Well, we cannot discard that some of the proxies will try to take action. Fortunately, Arnab, as you know, in the last 20 months, we've been peeling out a lot of the capabilities of the proxies. Not only Hamas, but mainly Hezbollah, that is now deterred. And we heard yesterday the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon saying Hezbollah will not interfere. If they do, we have, of course, the resolve to finish the job we started when we confronted the capabilities of Hezbollah.
Do you believe the American forces will be targeted? Or the American people will be targeted? We've seen some extremely worrying statements in the Iranian media that every American is now a legitimate target. Is that just talk?
We'll have to see whether the Iran rhetoric is empty or not. I think that President Trump was very clear of what would happen to the regime if they dare to deal or to attack American forces. It seems to me, at least, that the United States is pretty ready. It has advanced forces into the region, and the result for the Iranian regime would be devastating. So I hope they don't do that.
Well, absolutely. Now, you see this stretching over a period of time. People across the world are concerned about global instability. Will the other nations get involved in any way? China, Russia, Turkey? Do you have back channels open with any of these countries?
We have back channels with all of them. I don't think that they will join. I think that the way that we have taken action was a very responsible way. We targeted military targets that were posing a threat to our existence. I think that the world understands that. We saw a very interesting statement by President Putin yesterday when it comes to Israel. I think that the course of action of the United States is also very responsible. It has been also very responsible. And therefore, I don't think that there is a danger of global war, and that the Iranians could be very responsible if they expand the targeting of countries in the region. That would be devastating for them. It has been already pretty devastating for them as a result of what Israel did. I think that they haven't taken seriously neither our statements nor our capabilities, and now they are completely exposed. The air of Iran is controlled at this point by Israel. So if they decide to continue this, it will be detrimental for their interests.
I just wanted to understand that from you. When you say the air of Iran is completely controlled by Israel, can you explain that? You've been a soldier yourself. Can you explain that in a way? What are you trying to say? Are you, Ambassador, only trying to psychologically put down the Iranians, or do you mean that in military terms? What does it mean, sir?
I mean in technical terms. As you probably know, Arnab, on the 7th of October, there was a huge amount of weapons, a ring of fire around Israel, with not only hundreds of thousands of missiles, but also with air defense batteries that were defending the course that Israel would have taken and actually took in order to take out the Iran nuclear facilities and Iran ballistic missiles depot. We had a huge amount of air defenses in Syria that was taken out by Israel after Assad fell, and the way to Iran got clear. Now, in addition to that, you probably know that back in April and October, Israel has started to decimate air defenses inside Iran. And actually, on the first day of our targeting of this existential threatening capabilities, we've been able to take out most of the air defenses from Iran. So it means that our Air Force has freedom of action over Iran, that our drones are actually, as we speak, flying over Iran, and we've been able to hunt down, for example, missile launchers and other military activities the Iranians have been taking in order to attack us. So from there, we haven't been able to neutralize all capabilities of Iran, because the proof is that they are still continuing to fire at Israel, but they are extremely exposed and vulnerable at this point. And Israel could target many more targets in Iran. We've been actually taking very limited measure to the targets we are targeting and concentrating only on those targets that were directly threatening us. But I think that if Iran continues attacking Israel, or if it attacks other interests of other countries in the region, including the United States, indeed, this could escalate, but I don't think it has global implications at this point.
So, is regime change your target? Is regime change your target, Ambassador, in Iran?
No. What our cabinet has decided is to order action of our security forces to neutralize two existential threats: the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. If of course, most of the democracies and the peace-loving nations in the world would be very happy to see this regime fall. This will liberate the Iranian people, and eventually this could be a result of our action. But we didn't have any plan of taking down the regime. We are not investing our capabilities, nor our soldiers, in trying to change the political landscape of Iran or any other country for that matter, because we are a democracy and we do not interfere in the internal issues of other countries.
You said you will. Iran is also saying it's going to act in self-defense. You're saying you have many more targets. What are you waiting for? You have the upper hand right now. Why don't you go out and take those targets while you have a strategic advantage? Because they're not stopping. You wanted a messaging. Your prime minister, your president, everyone has gone on, said that we will see how they respond. Trump himself said, we're going to see how Iran responds. But Ambassador, you've already seen Iran is hitting you now. The visuals I'm putting on the screen are horrible visuals from Israel, which are the site of the Iranian missile strikes. Your people continue to suffer. The Iranians are continuing to hit you. What are you waiting for? Why don't you debilitate all their attacking capabilities, their military capabilities? What are you waiting for?
Well, the Israeli cabinet is going to convene and will decide what is going to be the course of action and what operations we have to take. I trust the elected government of Israel to take the right decisions in the interest of our defense.
Is this a last response from Iran, you think? Is this just posturing? Today's attacks, 22 missile strikes. The number of missiles they've been throwing has come down from 200 to 150 to 100 to 50 to about 20. Are they running out of ammunition, missiles? What is your understanding? Last time we met, you told me that you have a great and absolute intelligence on everything in Iran. Surely you have that intelligence about their striking capabilities. What is your information on that?
Well, the numbers you have mentioned are right, Arnab. There's no doubt that the capability of the Iranians to continue launching missiles has been decreasing. That's a good thing, but it's not over. We have to keep ourselves vigilant. As you said, we will have to decide what steps we're going to take in the future. We are open to the initiative of President Trump that called for immediate peace. But if the Iranians refuse to that, like they have refused different initiatives, not only by the way from President Trump, but by other leaders of the world throughout decades, so they would have to bear the price of it.
General G.D. Bakshi, as you know, is one of the best-known defense analysts of India. And Ambassador, can I have Ambassador on air? Ambassador on air. Thank you. General G.D. Bakshi may want to ask you something. General Bakshi, you have the amazing Reuven Azar, is the Israeli ambassador to India. You've been commenting on the situation. Is there something you would like to put to him, General Bakshi, to Reuven Azar?
Thank you, Arnab.
Louder.
Ambassador, compliments on Ambassador. The Indian people, the Indian armed forces have always taken inspiration from Israel in its steadfast battle against terrorist regimes, against terrorist threats to its people. Iran had given you an existential threat by creating a nuclear program and by threatening to wipe Israel off the map. You have, first of all, we watched with great admiration as you took off the Iranian proxies, the Hamas, the Hezbollah and the Houthis, and now you have gone for the head of the octopus. It was always, we thought, Iran's strategy that he knew he would not survive. He could not survive a joint American-Israeli attack. But in the bargain, he would like to widen the conflict by hitting American targets in the Middle East, by mining possibly the Gulf of Hormuz, by attacks on the shipping, oil shipping in the Gulf of Hormuz, to try and raise the oil prices and damage the global economy, to sort of pressurize United States and Israel. How do you see this battle going forward? Do you anticipate attacks on American targets? And if so, how and where?
Well, it's hard to say, General, but I can assure you this. What Israel has done in the last 10 days has greatly decimated the capabilities of the Iranian regime to inflict damage, not only on Israel, but also on the rest of the region. And the fact that America has come forward with great force, I think, has the potential of coping with any attempt of the Iranians to inflict the kind of attacks that you have mentioned. So generally speaking, I'm pretty optimistic regarding the capability to neutralize such attacks. And I hope that the Iranians will use logic and come in good faith to the negotiating table to get rid of their illicit military nuclear program and to change their policy of trying to become an hegemon in the region. If they try to throw more havoc in the region, I think that the response will be huge. And I think at this point, it's about time that people actually take seriously what the President of the United States is saying. He was serious about the negotiation. The Iranians didn't take him seriously. And he's now serious about taking out the nuclear capability. And I think he's going to be serious regarding America's retaliation if the Iranians try to do any of the things that you mentioned.
In fact, it's important, Ambassador, here, the message that goes out to all countries that support terrorist groups, isn't it? All countries that support, that this division between states and non-state actors has to be removed. You can't, the Houthis are Iran, Hamas is Iran, Hezbollah is Iran, and the Houthis have just announced an end of the ceasefire. I don't know when they had the ceasefire, but my question to you is, what is the message after today to countries who support terrorist groups and use it as part of their policy?
Well, the main message of today is beyond terrorism, is that if you rise up to try to eliminate the state of Israel, you will be eliminated. We have several examples from the history of Israel. They tried to eliminate us in 1947, then in 1967, and Saddam Hussein tried to do that. Countries like Syria tried to develop the ways, nuclear weapons to exterminate us as well. We have a doctrine of preempting that. Whoever thinks that they can eliminate the state of Israel are just in a fantasy. Israel will not allow that to happen. And of course, when they use terror, either directly or through proxy, they know that they have to pay a price. And I think this is a good day for the fight against terrorism. It's a good day against, in the fight against those radicals that think that they can eliminate our state.
Last question. What is the mood among the people of Israel? We saw some terrible pictures from Haifa and Tel Aviv. How are the people of Israel holding up?
I think that although the people of Israel are under a lot of stress because we are in shelters for the most of the last 10 days, the spirit is very high. I think we have consensus from wall to wall in Israel politically for the move of Israel. I think people are very encouraged from the fact that this coordination with the United States is very successful. People had some doubt on whether President Trump is going to take action. But I think that now everybody understands that what Prime Minister Netanyahu, the person that has been actually leading this campaign against Iran for many years and has warned the world from the dangers of Iran, is in complete sync with the President of the United States. And that is very comforting for the Israeli people.
Well, we wish you the best. We've always backed you. I have said on air that Republic supports Israel. We're the only network in the country that openly has come out in support of Israel. We continue to do so. May you stay strong. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for joining us on this very eventful Sunday morning. Reuven Azar, the Ambassador of Israel. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so this is interestingly poised, very, very interestingly poised, Samar. You saw that question that General Bakshi asked. Very resilient people. Very resilient people, the Israelis. And also the Iranians, I must say. But the Israelis have been through a lot more. Louder?
Yom Kippur War, the 6-day war, where the Israelis were outnumbered, they were outgunned, and they had to tactically withdraw, and they had to lure the enemy to the killing grounds, the Egyptian forces, and then they took over. So, the Sinai Desert. So, Israelis have a military acumen. They know that after the Holocaust, that they were the biggest target and they were on the verge of extermination. And with over the years, they have seen it as a duty to their people and their land that they have to be militarily trained, be ready, and they are psychologically ready for the losses. Because I was speaking to my boss of IWI in Israel. So he was telling me that I asked him, sir, any help that is required from my end, you let me know. He said, no, Samar, we are mentally strong and we will survive. Even if it takes the life of my family, Israel will survive. So this is the mindset of the Israeli people. Yeah. So they are steadfast. They know losses are going to come their way, but their ultimate objective has been met. So like, for example, 1981, it was Op Opera against Iraq. 2006, it was Op Orchard against Syria and the nuclear programs. And now it is Rising Sun in the year 2025. So you see, they have negated the ultimate threat to the Jewish race, that is a nuclear bomb in the hands of a radical Muslim nation. That has been negated. And I think as far as the conventional war is concerned, the Israelis are champions in this matter and regard, and they will overcome this difficult situation in the matter of few months until and unless China doesn't come in openly and support Iraq and other Gulf nations. Because last week, a Chinese military transport aircraft for the first time landed in Lebanon. What was it carrying? What was it carrying?
Okay,
none of the security agencies are aware of it.
Truly, we're getting some breaking news out here, Abhishek, that explosions have been reported from Tabriz and Kermanshah in Iran, which means Israel has begun hitting back now.
Yes, absolutely.
Israel has also begun hitting back after the attacks in Haifa and Tel Aviv. Abhishek.
And it seems escalation is building up or not, because after Donald Trump said that we just wanted to do this taking down of nuclear installations of Iran, and we can stop here and let peace prevail. But now that Iran has hit back, obviously Iran has decided that they are going to avenge those strikes by the United States, though of course as of now they have only targeted Iran, but we have Israel, and we have statements coming in from Iranian national broadcaster that they can target at some stage American air bases, which means we have
we got some latest visuals from Haifa also, please, and you are seeing here, you got latest visuals from Haifa. I think some of these visuals came in earlier, but they're terrible visuals. I see here in these visuals out here near traffic lights, major explosions. I see sirens in the air, and I see these missiles in the air, and there are terrible visuals coming in from Haifa. We just heard here from the Israeli ambassador some very, very, very pertinent points. General Sanjay Soy is also with us this morning. General Soy, good morning. How are you viewing things? Is this going to end or is this going to restart? General Soy, are you there?
Yeah. I'm there. Good evening. In fact, I am sitting in US at the moment. And the kind of attacks, in fact, Israel did not expect the kind of attacks and retaliation Iran would do. And the damages which you are showing in Haifa, in fact, it is terrible. It is all because the change of tactics by Iran. They are using more ballistic missile and hypersonic missile and heavier one that they are using. That's why the 100% Israel is not able to block 100% and stop 100% missiles. And in spite of number of bases en route from Iran to Israel, the American and British bases have been able to destroy cruise and drones, but destroying ballistic missile is a big challenge. Now, the way Israel has responded, this was expected because Israel is fully prepared. They know that they are controlling the skies of the Iran. America is supporting them. America, though, has now if you go through the wordings, that Trump and the Netanyahu had said that if Iran does not retaliate, we'll punish them badly. And so, from their side, they're done with it. If Iran retaliates, now Iran is retaliated against Israel, so Israel is responding. I think that the US may not respond the attacks on Israel. US will definitely respond if Iran dares to attack any of their bases, any of their civilians, any of their interest in Middle East, or anywhere in the world.
If a single target of the Hezbollah and the Houthis, Abhishek from General Soy saying, if there's a single American target, this is going to become big.
Absolutely, and the question is, so while Israel is prepared, the Americans are also prepared. What is the sustaining power of Iran? I mean, they're half their...
The sustaining power of Iran is the fact that no country, not even America, can get into a full-scale insurgency. No country, not even a superpower, can win an insurgency. That's a complete... The holding power of Iran is only the fact that, and I'm sure General Bakshi will hold me up on this, is that you cannot involve ground forces. Trump cannot afford bloodshed. And that's his weak point out here. America can do anything, but America is not ready to see bodies coming back home of their own men. Do you agree with me, General Bakshi, on this, to the point Abhishek made? Every country has a weakness, this is the American weakness.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Arnab, from the word go, America has had no intention of putting boots on the ground. We may all talk of regime change. Frankly, regime change can only be done by putting boots on the ground.
Yeah.
But we've had very sad experiences earlier of boots on the ground in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya. None of the places it has worked. Yeah. America is, I think, the strategy is too smart to try and put boots on the ground and get into an unwinnable situation, repeat the mistakes of Vietnam and all the earlier
I have with me also joining us now.
They are going to confine it to air and non-contact warfare.
Absolutely. I have with me Aryara Rosenthal from Israel. I have with me also joining us this morning Rajiv Nayan. He's head of the Center for Nuclear Studies and Arms Control at the Manohar Parrikar IDSA Institute here in New Delhi. Can we have everyone on air? Aryala, good morning. I know Rajiv Nayan is there. Rajiv, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
What's next?
Yeah, this is what we are waiting. Iran has promised to attack, and hopefully it doesn't attack. This is what we are just wishing. But if we go by the record, if we go by the history of Iran, I think something it is going to do. In 2020, when Soleimani was assassinated, it has fired a barrage of about 16 missiles on American bases. So symbolically, obviously, it has to do something to show to its own population and to the world that, yeah, it is not going to give up. So that much we should expect something from Iran. Of course, Israel attack on Israel or missile firing on Israel is going to take place and it will continue. This is what we are expecting. And now we are finding Europe as a toothless tiger, as Iran is describing. Means Europeans have got no say, or at least it has been simply neutralized in the international politics.
Yeah.
Second, Russia is embroiled in its own conflicts, so it is not going to do much. So obviously it will be just issuing statements. It will be warning, but more than that, I don't think it is going to do anything.
Yeah.
China is a dicey player in the international game or in the global game. So it will be speaking from both sides. It will be having clandestine transactions or clandestine interactions with both the sides. With Israel, it had procured Arrow missiles, which is now part of its Iron Dome. So that we have to keep in mind. And with Iran, of course, it has got all transactions in oil to so many items.
Yeah.
So this is what it is going to do.
Okay. Rajiv,
but yeah, for next 15 days, yeah, we have to watch.
Yeah,
and
it may not
as
be
India
immediate.
has
That's what
rightly-
everybody is saying. You expect everything in this game of chess. It's not going to happen immediately. Okay, before I go across to Adrian Calamel, who's a well-known Middle East expert, I'd like to just share the latest breaking news, which is that we've been told that the Israeli Air Force has begun a series of strikes towards military targets, and these are primarily in western Iran. Abhishek?
Yeah.
And what else are we hearing here? Additionally, this morning, the Israeli Air Force struck missile launchers ready to launch towards Israeli territory. And the Israelis are constantly communicating that they're also hitting back because the present set of visuals is not looking good for the Israelis. There's been a lot of
first
damage.
statement from Israel was that we are sort of cooling off for now, but then the Iranian missile strikes came, and then, of course, Israel had to hit back, and that's what we are seeing. A counter-strike by Israel panning out as we speak in response to what the Iranians did with about 25 missiles and some drones just a while back.
Yeah, and, we have the latest deployment. We have full deployment of the American Air Force assets in Prince Sultan Air Base also, which has been captured. This is in Saudi Arabia. The Americans are trying to communicate that they have a long and very strong presence in that region as well. So everybody is sort of in standby mode. Adrian, you know the Mideast well. What do you expect next over, they say, the next 24 hours and over the next week?
Well, that's a really good question. Over the next 24 hours, I expect to see the tit for tat with the Islamic Republic launching the ballistic missiles, which is finite. We have to remember that. You have to look at Israel's going to be expanding their operations. A lot of it was focused around Tehran, around the nuclear facilities, around besieged bases, IRGC bases, taking out military commanders, taking out nuclear scientists. But now they're moving on the target packages throughout the country. So I think you're going to see a continuation of that. I do not see Khamenei, unless he grossly miscalculates, deciding to attack U.S. interests. If he does, that would be a big mistake on his part. We have to remember the Islamic Republic plays in the asymmetric sandbox. That's what they've done for over 46 years and have avoided a conventional confrontation at all costs. So, he still has a little bit of a navy that's left. That's the next thing that's on the target, especially if he starts to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. Now, whatever happens over the coming weeks, yeah, I heard somebody saying before you can't have an insurgency, or you can't have without boots on the ground. Well, I would argue that there's 80 million to 90 million boots on the ground that are the Iranian people that have been held victimized by this regime and that have been in revolt to almost full-scale revolution since roughly December 2017 and really picking up during the Masa Amini Act. So you have a very restive population, crony nepotism. You have individuals within the IRGC besieged that are not happy. So start to look for some defections in the coming weeks and really cracks and fissures, I think, within the apparatus. Khamenei's going to feel alone and at the top by himself without many people surrounding him that he trusts. And I think
you think he's still in Iran? Or
Yeah,
is he
I
being taken
believe he's
out? There
still
were
in
reports that there was a sort of Iranian government plane that flew out a couple of days back. You think he would be taken to somewhere safer like Turkey?
No, I believe he's still in Iran. I believe Moshtaba, his son, is still in Iran. I think he's the more critical target, even though Khamenei named 3 individuals as his successors. I think he put a target on their backs instead of, Moshtaba is the logical successor and really has the same mindset as his father. He's cut from the same cloth, not very different.
But Donald Trump, Adrian, Donald Trump is already on record saying that they know where the supreme leader is, but they're not going to target him, which means what are the other targets available to the Americans in case Iran hits Israel with a little more ferocity?
Well, we have to remember that when he said that, that was before these attacks on Fordo. Okay, these were attacks before on Isfahan, on Natanz. So this could have been a bit of a messaging saying, don't lash out or else we're coming after you. This is, still fog of war that we're looking at here. There were strikes, I believe it was last night, that were targeting one of Khamenei's secret bunkers. Didn't expect him to be here, but there was activity there. I do believe he's in the country. I don't think he's going to flee the country. If he does, I would honestly be shocked. I think he's more of a Hitler in the bunker type guy than flee to another type country.
All right. So are you suggesting
so he's going to stay on? He's saying he's going to stay on because I think he's right. At the age of 86, Khamenei can't be seen to be surrendering. I mean, like he's going to say, I'm going to live a few more years, but I don't want to be seen to be the biggest loser in this. It's about imagery. You see, the Iranians are a proud people. You can say anything about Khamenei. He's led a corrupt regime. The Americans want him out, but he's going to think of his legacy, and he's going to try and protect his son. So I would be very interested in what's going on. But I would say this, Adrian, that Americans cannot afford to put boots on the ground. That is no, they cannot do that. Can you tell me about the American political climate and what this means for Trump politically, given the fact that he's been going through a rough patch recently?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you about the political climate and the military climate. There's a political climate where people are going to say this is boots on the ground. This is going to lead to thousands of American deaths, and this is a false binary narrative. The American military approach has changed. It's gone to a smaller footprint with smaller teams on the ground, targeting and using an air force and using smart kinetic power instead of putting our troops into place. And the days of nation building and that type of thing, that's over. And that's why I said it's up to the Iranian people to take back their country. And there could be Mossad teams working on the ground with Iranian opposition to try and help them take back their country.
It's not going to be the Shah who's sitting in America, is it? The ex-Shah.
It very well could likely be in a transitional place. He's not a person that's going to be a leader. He doesn't want, and despite there's been a horrible smear campaign in the West against the Shah, he's not his father. The Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, he wants to, and he's been on record saying, I just want to usher in a new Iran that is, if people elect me in, what type of government comes forward, I just want to be there to see the transition. It could be a constitutional monarchy, and that's worked for England for a number of years. Let
me put that question to Sanjay Soy as well and GD Bakshi. On my question being, who's next, Sanjay Soy? Who's next? Let's look at a post-Khamenei situation. Who's next? Is there going to be regime change or lawlessness?
In fact, Arnav, the situation in Iran is very, very critical. At present, probably what Israel and US feel that with the destruction of nuclear facility, they have achieved their aim at present. And they have also stated that if Iran attacks, the response would be very, very strong. Israel is already doing it. Iran has not attacked any US facility so far. So US has not responded after that. So second thing is the push on ground by US is absolutely 0% chance as far as I am also concerned. The Trump also does not
Can
want.
we have him live?
Present government does not want. Thirdly, change of regime. They may try through the indirect means by, as it is there, a lot of restlessness in the women, in the people who are not happy with the repressive regime of the Ayatollah Khomeini. And that is why probably the kind of intelligence which Mossad got is because the local support the local people. Without support of local people, you cannot build up so much of intelligence of killing military commanders or scientists who were constantly on the move.
No, you can't. We just got a ground report from Ratnadeep Chakrabarti, Republic's reporter on the ground. He in Tel Aviv, this is the exact place where the hits have happened. He's reporting. He sent us this report. Watch this.
I'm standing about 800 meters away from an impact site where a direct missile hit in Israel this morning. And as you can see, the impact has been over 800 meters. There are glass shattered everywhere. People have been asked to move out of this place. And I will show you some visuals right now to show what the impact has been directly around this place. As you can see, this was a fully intact place. The impact was around 800 meters, but still it got a heavy blow here, and there are glass shattered everywhere which just have to be cleaned right now, and it's currently closed.
Okay, there's a short report, but you can see the intensity here. Whatever is hitting, I mean, Samar, 800 meters, you see this kind of a hit, 800 meters, almost 4/5 of a kilometer away. Whatever the Iranians are hitting, they're hitting with all they got. What do you think they're using here?
Basically, they are using the Khorsam missiles. So these are the ones which are already equipped with cluster bombs, firstly. Then they have the Sejil missiles. Sejil missiles take just 7 minutes to reach Israel. And see the modus operandi, they know that the air defense systems are going to counter the initial barrage. So they are sending the first 20 missiles, which is basically to overwhelm the air defenses. Then immediately after a gap of few seconds, they are sending a barrage of 5 missiles. So basically the second wave is the effective one, which is earmarking the strategically important assets of Israel. That is their economy. They are targeting Haifa because it is directly going to impact the IMEC. The India-Middle East corridor is going to be hampered if Haifa gets destroyed. Secondly, there is the Indian connection of Mr. Gautam Adani owning the Haifa port for all the operations. So you see, there are a lot many things involved economically, because that is one of the major reasons why Israel is thriving. And Iran knows that it is going to get them harm strategically for a long run. They have targeted their labs today, their research facilities. Whatever is got to do with R&D has been targeted by the Iranians. So basically the modus operandi of Iran is to cripple Israel for a long haul and not to get immediate targets like oil refineries, power plants. They know that they will be manufactured and repaired overnight. So they are going to go in for the R&D facilities, their weapon facilities, and majority of the air assets of Israel are in Cyprus and neighboring countries. Their airports are vulnerable. So they are going to keep the disruptions on continuously. And other than that, Arnab, why are we not discussing China? Because China in 2020 promised to invest $400 billion.
No, China gives up. Beyond the point of time, what did China do for Pakistan? Nothing. And what did Pakistan do for Iran? Nothing. This is an unstable equation.
They might have helped Americans this time, in fact, in carrying out those strikes. Somewhere.
Yeah, in fact, Pakistan ditched Iran, ditched China, and went with America. Right?
Yeah, they might have provided crucial information.
Maybe the Americans are going to use, anticipating that if this goes to the next level, they will draw in Pakistan. So we should watch very closely what Pakistan does. from their perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, IDF Major Dan Federman, National Security Analyst and Intelligence Officer specializing in Middle East affairs, also with us. Dan, good morning. Dan, good morning. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay, he's going to be joining us in the next couple of minutes out there. I'm going to update in the meantime with all the news that I have out here. The Iranians are very, very angry right now. I want to play out the statement of Donald Trump because some viewers joining us this morning are saying, can we hear and listen to Donald Trump and Netanyahu one after the other? Can we play that, please? Donald Trump and then Netanyahu, their comments when he said Fordo is gone, when he came in with the statement about 4 hours back. Okay, we need to line it up in the rundown, it seems. Yes, but we should have that lined up plate, please. Thank you.
In that statement, Arnav, by the way, Donald Trump actually said that this is time for peace now that we have achieved our military objectives. The only point is whether Iranians agree with that, and they believe that since they were anyway going to negotiate on dismantling of these nuclear facilities, just that the Americans have dismantled those facilities, so why not just move on? If that call is taken, then maybe we are looking at possibility of a de-escalation and detent. But if not, and as you were mentioning that Ayatollah Khamenei might make it a prestige issue and an ego battle with the Americans, then of course we are looking at escalation. If we got the US president soundbite, we can just play it out and let the viewers know what exactly the American president meant.
A short time ago, the US military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God, I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, let's go straight to, we would like to go on the big screen. That's why we put it on there. Thank you very much. We'd like to go to Dan. Thank you. It's a shot. I think it's one of the cameras which has to switch to that. It's not on air. We are moving camera 2. That's not the shot. But anyway, I guess someone else will have to do it. Dan, hi.
Good morning.
Dan, do you really expect the Americans to be hurt in this? Or is this going to end here? Do you expect the Americans to be hurt in this by either the proxies of Iran or Iran itself? Or will Iran want to stop this by telling its proxies to stay away?
Well, if Iran was smart, it would end this right here and it would go into a process of negotiation. However, it's hard for me to see Iran acting rationally at this point. Iran has had many opportunities over the course of the last few years to disband its nuclear program, to rescind the sanctions on itself, to act in accordance with the rational actors of the international community in the Middle East. At every turn, Iran chooses to pretend it's doing that publicly with its public statements, but behind the scenes, it is the main engine and backer and ideologue and funder and armory of every radical group, or almost every radical group in the Middle East. I can see Iran now, I can imagine a scenario of Iran growing desperate and trying to attack, whether directly or through its proxies, American interests, American assets, and American allies throughout the region, and possibly decide on some kind of doomsday revenge scenario against the United States. If Iran were smart, it would play along with the Americans and their demands, but it's hard for me to see that happening right now.
So what is the most likely option? You observe them well. You're a military man. You know the way they would want to respond. I particularly, your choice of the words doomsday situation, right? They would have played this out. That Fordo gets hit, that was a foregone conclusion. What would their game be? One, A, vis-a-vis Khamenei. B, vis-a-vis America, because America has got directly involved. Would they depend on their allies like Turkey, their last remaining allies like Turkey, to intervene, or their proxies to take this further? What is the most likely scenario?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see their allies coming to their aid. I don't think they're really allies in that sense. I think they have this general coalition of anti-West, anti-American, Islamist regimes, terror groups, etc. You can see the Houthis in Yemen have already announced that they will join this fight against the United States and against international shipping. They're going to resume strikes on international shipping in the Arabian Sea. That much we can see. I think Hezbollah is going to be too weak to try to get involved from its angle. And of course, that's really the last of the major proxy groups, unless you see Iranian proxies in Iraq taking aim at different American interests. Part of what we saw over the last 2 weeks, by the way, with the 2-week warning that the United States gave, was in a large way, and David Petraeus said this in an interview just a couple of days ago, the United States buying time to position its forces, to clear out non-military assets, to bring additional military forces into the Arabian Gulf, or the Persian Gulf as the Iranians call it, and to position themselves to be in the best military posture possible in order to absorb Iran's potential attacks, whether in the Straits of Hormuz or Iranian attacks against American bases and American embassies. So I think the United States was ready for this. I have a sense that a lot of these allies are just posturing, Russia, Turkey, etc., Pakistan. They're not really going to do anything lest they feel the full force of America's military might, and they're going to relegate themselves to speeches at the United Nations and all sorts of press conferences. However, it is very reasonable to see in the coming days, and maybe longer, different kinds of proxy and terrorist attacks in and around the Middle East.
Okay, so we are entering a difficult phase. Dan, please stay on for a while. Abhishek, while we get Ratnadeep, and Ratnadeep is also going to be on the big screen, so please do not move your jib camera. Thank you. Stay where you are. Stay where you are, sir. Kindly stay where you are. The jib camera will move to its right, push it forward, and get Ratnadeep back on the big screen. Thank you, Sharath, for helping me with that. And Ratnadeep, can you tell us your location and what you've been seeing around you? Ratnadeep, who's live with us, is in Tel Aviv. Where exactly are you and what have you seen?
Yeah, I'm currently trying to visit the area in North Tel Aviv, which had a hit today in the morning. I was near the area and I experienced the interception overhead, and then I experienced a boom nearby. The ground was shaking, and we got to know that there was a hit nearby. I am not very sure of the exact area because I am still trying to reach to the location. But as the authorities have mentioned that in the Dan district, there has been a direct hit on a building. In the central district of Tel Aviv, a vehicle was hit near a residential building. And in the coastal district, we have seen several damage to buildings as a result of a direct hit. The Magan David Dome, the MDA, has confirmed there have been 10 crash sites as of now. And the public transportation system will resume its operation shortly, but in an emergency mode only. As I was telling you in the morning that we expected this, but there were 2 volleys as I'm speaking, but we might expect a little more as well.
Okay. Ratnadeep, I'm going to come back to you. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Viewers, some time back, I spoke to the Israeli ambassador. I think what he said there was very strategic, very important. Abhishek, maybe you want to summarize this, or rather, would you have your question for Dan? We're looking at the overall picture.
I have a question.
Your question for Dan before we go to...
Yeah, for sure. Dan, Israel effectively dominates the Iranian airspace. Iran's nuclear infrastructure is taken down tonight by the Americans. Israel has effectively destroyed almost half of Iran's missile launching capability. And you're saying it's just left for the proxies perhaps to do the bidding of Iran and hit at Israel. Iran cannot effectively launch any massive attack on Israel now, right?
Iran, as far as we know, still has a significant missile capability. When Israel announced, and most international analysts agree that Israel has dominates Iran's skies, has basically aerial superiority. That means Israel has effectively taken out all of Iran's air defense capabilities. So Israeli aircraft and now American aircraft can fly unopposed over Iran's skies without fearing retribution or interference from air defense systems or from fighter jets scrambling to do anything. Of course, many of Iran's fighter jets are woefully outdated, of course. That doesn't mean Iran has lost its capability to do anything. It still had a significant, even if degraded, ballistic missile capacity. And so Israel has been working very hard to degrade that capacity. But of course, here, just outside of Tel Aviv, along with most of the country, they fired a barrage of at least 20 missiles at Israel about an hour ago. and my sense is that they'll still be able to do that for the foreseeable future. To be able to take out all of their ballistic missile capacity is something that Israel is working to do, but that is something that will take time. If the United States is now getting involved in also taking out Iran's ballistic missile capacities, that of course will shorten the time frame for Iran to be able to launch missiles at Israel, but not completely take them out. Just we saw, for example, with a much less powerful foe in Hamas, even throughout many months, and after Hamas had essentially been degraded from a de facto state actor into a guerrilla force, it still managed to sneak occasional rocket fire at Israel, even until recently. And Iran, of course, is a much bigger country. It's a geographically massive country. It's very conceivable that it has mobile missile launchers on trucks hidden in different nature areas in the mountains. And so it's hard for me to imagine that we completely or will be able to completely take out their missile capacity, but rather degrade it and continue degrading it. Really, for this to end soon, it's going to be an Iranian political decision, or the Israeli strikes and possibly the American strikes continue ramping up to the point where the political pressure on the regime for its survival gets to a point where it has to make that decision.
Well, thank you for that. Dan, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And no, we'll cut across right now to the Israeli ambassador, and then we'll come back to this. Thank you very much. Let's go straight across to the Israeli ambassador's interview we recorded a while back. We've seen some retaliation from the Iranian side. Is that something you're concerned about? Because after all, it's about the safety of your people. We've seen the Iranian attacks extremely indiscriminate. All the Israeli media I've been speaking to, I've said that a lot of civilian targets have been there, right? And hospitals have been attacked, other places have been attacked. So what are you worried? Is this going to become worse now for the Israeli people?
Well, I don't think so, Arnab. We are indeed very worried from this barrage of missiles. We've been attacked again this morning, as you said. But we also have been able to degrade in a very significant way, not only the nuclear military program of Iran, but also their missile capabilities. We have taken out more than 400 missiles on the ground, many launchers of missiles, more than half. And we have taken down also a lot of the drone capabilities of Iran. They have been firing more than 1,000 drones towards Israel in the last 10 days. So yes, we are worried. We would have preferred to avoid this entire operation we had to take. But unfortunately, Iran didn't take seriously neither the negotiation offer by President Trump nor our commitment to deny these capabilities from a country that has sworn to eliminate us. So we are standing strong. We are willing to continue this if necessary. And if Iran doesn't stop attacking us, I think that we'll pay a very dear price.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reuven Azar, who's with us live this morning, is a very important, high-ranking Israeli diplomat. But the interesting thing is he's had a very long innings in Washington, haven't you, Mr. Azar? Nobody knows the American political and social establishment as well as you. Will there be bipartisan support, given your understanding of American politics and its political structures? Will there be bipartisan support for Trump? And if so, will it last for long? I mean, between the Democrats, Republicans, and other political groups?
We have seen some polls released yesterday. I think there is a lot of bipartisan support. There is some more support, of course, on the Republican side. But I think that the way that President Trump conducted himself by, first of all, offering a fair offer to the Iranians, waiting for 60 days to see whether the Iranians are going to respond responsibly, giving the backing to Israel, but not doing the job instead of Israel. Israel has done a very significant job, to which President Trump was thankful this morning. And we are, of course, very thankful to him, because he did the complementary work necessary, work that we couldn't have done by ourselves in an efficient way, because we do not possess the kinds of capabilities that America does. But to your question, yes, I think it's bipartisan support. We're going to see a lot of both Republicans and Democrats praising this, because I think President Trump has not only acted to defend us, he acted to defend civilization.
Ambassador, do you expect Iran's proxies to hurt you? Because this has been Iran's tactic. They don't get involved in the war themselves. They didn't attack you directly on October 7th. They did it through the Hamas. Are you vulnerable there? And are the American forces in the region vulnerable in that sense?
Well, we cannot discard that some of the proxies will try to take action. Fortunately, Arnab, as you know, in the last 20 months, we've been peeling out a lot of the capabilities of the proxies. Not only Hamas, but mainly Hezbollah, that is now deterred. And we heard yesterday the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon saying Hezbollah will not interfere. If they do, we have of course, the resolve to finish the job we started when we confronted the capabilities of Hezbollah.
Do you believe the American forces will be targeted or the American people will be targeted? We've seen some extremely worrying statements in the Iranian media that every American is now a legitimate target. Is that just talk?
We'll have to see whether the Iran rhetoric is empty or not. I think that President Trump was very clear of what would happen to the regime if they dare to deal or to attack American forces. It seems to me, at least, that the United States is pretty ready. It has advanced forces into the region, and the result for the Iranian regime would be devastating. So I hope they don't do that.
Well, absolutely. Now, you see this stretching over a period of time. People across the world are concerned about global instability. Will the other nations get involved in any way? China, Russia, Turkey? Do you have back channels open with any of these countries?
We have back channels with all of them. I don't think that they will join. I think that the way that we have taken action was a very responsible way. We targeted military targets that were posing a threat to our existence. I think that the world understands that. We saw a very interesting statement by President Putin yesterday when it comes to Israel. I think that the course of action of the United States is also very responsible. It has been also very responsible. And therefore, I don't think that there is a danger of global war, and that the Iranians could be very responsible if they expand the targeting of countries in the region. That would be devastating for them. It has been already pretty devastating for them as a result of what Israel did. I think that they haven't taken seriously neither our statements nor our capabilities, and now they are completely exposed. The air of Iran is controlled at this point by Israel. So if they decide to continue this, it will be detrimental for their interests.
I just wanted to understand that from you. When you say the air of Iran is completely controlled by Israel, can you explain that? You've been a soldier yourself. Can you explain that in a way? What are you trying to say? Are you, Ambassador, only trying to psychologically put down the Iranians, or do you mean that in military terms? What does it mean, sir?
I mean in technical terms. As you probably know, Arnab, on the 7th of October, there was a huge amount of weapons, a ring of fire around Israel, with not only hundreds of thousands of missiles, but also with air defense batteries that were defending the course that Israel would have taken and actually took in order to take out the Iran nuclear facilities and Iran ballistic missiles depot. We had a huge amount of air defenses in Syria that was taken out by Israel after Assad fell, and the way to Iran got clear. Now, in addition to that, you probably know that back in April and October, Israel has started to decimate air defenses inside Iran. And actually, on the first day of our targeting of this existential threatening capabilities, we've been able to take out most of the air defenses from Iran. So it means that our Air Force has freedom of action over Iran, that our drones are actually, as we speak, flying over Iran, and we've been able to hunt down, for example, missile launchers and other military activities the Iranians have been taking in order to attack us. So from there, we haven't been able to neutralize all capabilities of Iran, because the proof is that they are still continuing to fire at Israel, but they are extremely exposed and vulnerable at this point. And Israel could target many more targets in Iran. We've been actually taking very limited measure to the targets we are targeting and concentrating only on those targets that were directly threatening us. But I think that if Iran continues attacking Israel, or if it attacks other interests of other countries in the region, including the United States, indeed, this could escalate, but I don't think it has global implications at this point.
So, is regime change your target? Is regime change your target, Ambassador, in Iran?
No. What our cabinet has decided is to order action of our security forces to neutralize two existential threats: the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. If of course, most of the democracies and the peace-loving nations in the world would be very happy to see this regime fall. This will liberate the Iranian people, and eventually this could be a result of our action. But we didn't have any plan of taking down the regime. We are not investing our capabilities, nor our soldiers, in trying to change the political landscape of Iran or any other country for that matter, because we are a democracy and we do not interfere in the internal issues of other countries.
You said you will. Iran is also saying it's going to act in self-defense. You're saying you have many more targets. What are you waiting for? You have the upper hand right now. Why don't you go out and take those targets while you have a strategic advantage? Because they're not stopping. You wanted a messaging. Your prime minister, your president, everyone has gone on, said that we will see how they respond. Trump himself said, we're going to see how Iran responds. But Ambassador, you've already seen Iran is hitting you now. The visuals I'm putting on the screen are horrible visuals from Israel, which are the site of the Iranian missile strikes. Your people continue to suffer. The Iranians are continuing to hit you. What are you waiting for? Why don't you debilitate all their attacking capabilities, their military capabilities? What are you waiting for?
Well, the Israeli cabinet is going to convene and will decide what is going to be the course of action and what operations we have to take. I trust the elected government of Israel to take the right decisions in the interest of our defense.
Is this a last response from Iran, you think? Is this just posturing? Today's attacks, 22 missile strikes. The number of missiles they've been throwing has come down from 200 to 150 to 100 to 50 to about 20. Are they running out of ammunition, missiles? What is your understanding? Last time we met, you told me that you have a great and absolute intelligence on everything in Iran. Surely you have that intelligence about their striking capabilities. What is your information on that?
Well, the numbers you have mentioned are right, Arnab. There's no doubt that the capability of the Iranians to continue launching missiles has been decreasing. That's a good thing, but it's not over. We have to keep ourselves vigilant. As you said, we will have to decide what steps we're going to take in the future. We are open to the initiative of President Trump that called for immediate peace. But if the Iranians refuse to that, like they have refused different initiatives, not only by the way from President Trump, but by other leaders of the world throughout decades, so they would have to bear the price of it.
General G.D. Bakshi, as you know, is one of the best-known defense analysts of India. And Ambassador, can I have Ambassador on air? Ambassador on air. Thank you. General G.D. Bakshi may want to ask you something. General Bakshi, you have the amazing Reuven Azar, is the Israeli ambassador to India. You've been commenting on the situation. Is there something you would like to put to him, General Bakshi, to Reuven Azar?
Thank you, Arnab.
Louder.
Ambassador, our compliments on Ambassador. The Indian people, the Indian armed forces have always taken inspiration from Israel in its steadfast battle against terrorist regimes, against terrorist threats to its people. Iran had given you an existential threat by creating a nuclear program and by threatening to wipe Israel off the map. You have, first of all, we watched with great admiration as you took off the Iranian proxies, the Hamas, the Hezbollah and the Houthis, and now you have gone for the head of the octopus. It was always, we thought, Iran's strategy that he knew he would not survive. He could not survive a joint American-Israeli attack. But in the bargain, he would like to widen the conflict by hitting American targets in the Middle East, by mining possibly the Gulf of Hormuz, by attacks on the shipping, oil shipping in the Gulf of Hormuz, to try and raise the oil prices and damage the global economy, to sort of pressurize United States and Israel. How do you see this battle going forward? Do you anticipate attacks on American targets? And if so, how and where?
Well, it's hard to say, General, but I can assure you this. What Israel has done in the last 10 days has greatly decimated the capabilities of the Iranian regime to inflict damage, not only on Israel, but also on the rest of the region. And the fact that America has come forward with great force, I think, has the potential of coping with any attempt of the Iranians to inflict the kind of attacks that you have mentioned. So generally speaking, I'm pretty optimistic regarding the capability to neutralize such attacks. And I hope that the Iranians will use logic and come in good faith to the negotiating table to get rid of their illicit military nuclear program and to change their policy of trying to become an hegemon in the region. If they try to throw more havoc in the region, I think that the response will be huge. And I think at this point, it's about time that people actually take seriously what the President of the United States is saying. He was serious about the negotiation. The Iranians didn't take him seriously. And he's now serious about taking out the nuclear capability. And I think he's going to be serious regarding America's retaliation if the Iranians try to do any of the things that you mentioned.
In fact, it's important, Ambassador, here, the message that goes out to all countries that support terrorist groups, isn't it? All countries that support, that this division between states and non-state actors has to be removed. You can't, the Houthis are Iran, Hamas is Iran, Hezbollah is Iran, and the Houthis have just announced an end of the ceasefire. I don't know when they had the ceasefire, but my question to you is, what is the message after today to countries who support terrorist groups and use it as part of their policy?
Well, the main message of today is beyond terrorism, is that if you rise up to try to eliminate the state of Israel, you will be eliminated. We have several examples from the history of Israel. They tried to eliminate us in 1947, then in 1967, and Saddam Hussein tried to do that. Countries like Syria tried to develop the ways, nuclear weapons to exterminate us as well. We have a doctrine of preempting that. Whoever thinks that they can eliminate the state of Israel are just in a fantasy. Israel will not allow that to happen. And of course, when they use terror, either directly or through proxy, they know that they have to pay a price. And I think this is a good day for the fight against terrorism. It's a good day against, in the fight against those radicals that think that they can eliminate our state.
Last question. What is the mood among the people of Israel? We saw some terrible pictures from Haifa and Tel Aviv. How are the people of Israel holding up?
I think that although the people of Israel are under a lot of stress because we are in shelters for the most of the last 10 days, the spirit is very high. I think we have consensus from wall to wall in Israel politically for the move of Israel. I think people are very encouraged from the fact that this coordination with the United States is very successful. People had some doubt on whether President Trump is going to take action. But I think that now everybody understands that what Prime Minister Netanyahu, the person that has been actually leading this campaign against Iran for many years and has warned the world from the dangers of Iran, is in complete sync with the President of the United States. And that is very comforting for the Israeli people.
Well, we wish you the best. We always backed you. I have said on air that Republic supports Israel. We're the only network in the country that openly has come out in support of Israel. We continue to do so. May you stay strong. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for joining us on this very eventful Sunday morning. Reuven Azar, the Ambassador of Israel. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people and hundreds of thousands throughout the...
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
All right, we have Ms. Rosenthal joining us from Israel, and Colonel Shukla continues to be with us. Ms. Rosenthal, coming to you first, and we're getting those horrific pictures of the after effects of Iranian missile strikes on Israeli territory in Tel Aviv. In fact, are these pictures true? Has Israel faced Iranian missile strikes since morning?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be part of this historical day for the state of Israel and for the free world. Despite these horrific pictures, my country stands behind my government, and this is a clear message to all that Israel and the free world, headed by the U.S., will not accept Iran to be a nuclear state. Yes, once again, throughout the 2 weeks that we are under missile attacks of Iran, it is very clear that Iran is targeting civilian areas, hospitals, mosques, cities in which Arabs and Jews live together. And despite the devastation and the threat, the constant threat of Iran that is deliberately killing citizens of the state of Israel, we stand strong and we will rebuild everything. And despite 24 people that have been killed and hundreds that have been injured, and there are families without their homes, we will overcome it. And we stand strong for our government. And Iran is today understanding that when Israel says that it will eliminate the nuclear regime of Tehran, it will. It's a clear message. Don't think that what Israel requests, it will not do. Yeah. And for me, as a resident of Israel, this is a very important day in the history of my country and the world.
Yeah, Ariel, I mean, from where you are joining us live, how's the situation on the ground? Is it calm? Is it in control? And are you getting a sense that it's... Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry. Ashdod is the 5th largest city in Israel. We're a very strategic city in Israel. We have leading plants here, like the port and so on. And we are very well drilled, not only now, but for over the years. Please don't forget that we have been in the range of the missile attacks from Gaza. And the municipality, along with the Home Front Command, has given us several guidelines and restrictions how to conduct during emergencies. So we are very well drilled, also the municipality and the people. And this, of course, is the strength of the state of Israel, that the citizens of Israel, unfortunately, because of our situation here in the Middle East, know exactly how to behave during emergency. And of course, this is proven in saving lives. People that do not stay in the shelters or in the underground bomb shelters, or people that unfortunately may not have a bomb shelter in their house, but have, of course, guidelines how to behave when missile attacks are targeted on the cities of Israel.
Also, Ariella, I'm continuing to be with you and ask, are you getting a sense that over the last 48 hours, and particularly after the American strikes at those nuclear bases, the intensity of Iranian attacks is coming down?
Well, I don't feel that, and I'm not a strategic specialist, so I really don't know. But this morning,
no, just your sense from as a citizen, when you from wherever you are you getting a sense that less and less number of drones or less number of missiles are coming your way from wherever you are in your part of Israel?
No, well, this morning we had 300 missile attacks that are nuclear ballistic missiles. Sorry. So I don't know. I'm sure and I hope that now with Iran will understand that when Israel and the United States say that they will not accept nuclear Iran, they will understand that the only option is diplomacy. And they must understand that this is not what we are looking for. We do not want war. We will not accept the situation. They must go, as President Trump said this morning, that they must go to the negotiation table. And maybe that will change the situation. But this is, of course, hopefully for me as a citizen of Israel, that this will encourage the Hamas to release our hostages in the Gaza Strip. We have still 53 hostages in the proxy of Iran that has been funded throughout the years in weapons, ammunition, and all money given to build tunnels in Gaza instead of giving money to the Gaza people for education, for a better future. Hopefully now they will understand that they have to release our hostages.
Okay, stay with us, Ariella. I will continue to have this conversation. Joining us, Colonel Anurag Shukla. Colonel Shukla, military perspective. Iran's nuclear infrastructure is taken down. Donald Trump has sort of provided a ramp off by saying that from now, let there be peace. And you think Iran would take that? Because we have seen some missile strikes happening, but they are a little few and far between. You think it's sort of going down, the intensity is going down, it's de-escalating, and after all the noise that we are seeing coming out of Tehran, they will calm down now?
I hope so. I'm totally hoping that what you're saying is correct. Then Iraq should back down and it should cool down now. But as we see, what the purpose was initially started to bring down the nuclear side, that has been achieved. So from the Western side also, I feel that now it should be on the tables. We should be going and trying to diffuse the situation now. It has been a 7 days war, and where we have seen a lot of missiles interchanging between the two countries, and now the USA is also getting involved. And the very purpose what the Israel used was always saying that they wanted to bring the heaviest bomb, that is GBU-57, on the site, and which they have done it, and now it has been achieved. So yes, you are right, the intensity is going down. Presently Iran is in a defensive state. Their people are in the hiding, and maybe for the time being there will be the pause. But let's see how the Iran react, because that they have not surrendered and they have not issued any statement as such. So we have to wait for some time before we can conclude anything as of now.
All right, we have to wait and see how things pan out. But Ariella, my question is, if the United States decide that they only wanted to get themselves involved only in this much, that they wanted to help Israel with the Fordo nuclear facility because Israel does not have those bunker busting bombs. Now that they have done it, they are pulling back. And they are saying this far, no further. We are not going to do anything more beyond this. You think Israel on its own now can handle whatever remains of the Iran war?
Well, I think personally that Israel and the US work together very closely to each other. We are very strong allies. This morning at 2 a.m. Israel time, we saw what happened where the US launched the B-52 on the bombers that hit Iran. So in the near future, I think it's still it's very short in time that we will know how things will proceed. One thing I'm sure is that as Netanyahu promised the people of Israel and called several times on the UN in every opportunity that he had, that Israel will not accept a nuclear Iran. So I'm very happy for this historical day. It's a new era. And I hope really from my deep of the heart that the people of Iran will understand that they have a new possibility for freedom, for a new era for them and for their country, and that this terroristic regime is eliminated, and hopefully they will have a new and better future for themselves and of course for the world.
Hopefully, Ariella, because we are getting reports to the contrary, because in the latest statement, and we're going to break it now, just a while from now, Iran actually is calling it a new beginning of a war, which means Iran is not really sending any messages which are conciliatory or which suggest that, okay, fine, they are going to pull back and stop. Because the latest is that Iranian foreign ministry, in fact, Ariella, has said that the United States has begun a dangerous war against Iran. And that's something which means that they are not pulling back, Ariella.
Well, I'm sorry, but Iran is for years nurtured terrorist networks around the world against the Jewish state, the Jewish people. This is not a war only for the last 7 days between Iran and Israel. Iran has for years wielded the proxies and funded them in any manner, in every aspect, in countries in Europe, just for the same thing, was to destroy the state of Israel. They even called us the cancerous tumor that has to be eradicated. And so it's not a new war. This is a war of the regime against the people of Israel and the state of Israel. Hopefully, and I'm confident, this is a new era. And again, I'm emphasizing it, that the people of Iran must take this situation and change it for them.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, another round of breaking news development coming in. And this is from the United Kingdom. Its Prime Minister Keir Starmer has, after seeking de-escalation, has now asked that Iran should come back to the negotiation table. And remember, just before the American strikes, momentum was building up for an Iranian-Europe dialogue in Geneva. And in fact, Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi was expected to travel to Geneva for those talks between Iran on one side and I believe United Kingdom, France and Germany on the other side. But whether those talks are going to take place now, I wonder, in the backdrop of the developments of the last 6 hours following the American strikes. If those talks happen, Ariella, okay, Colonel Shukla wants to comment. Colonel Shukla, if those talks happen, what can we expect between Iran and Europe?
If you look
Iran
through the
has been
history
neutralized as
of all
of
the
now,
talks
but-
that Iran have told us
please speak.
that they're going to, that they want to go through the diplomatic channels, but they maneuver and they deceive the whole international community. So once again, they will say they will go to the diplomatic channel, but at the end they continue to the infrastructure and to deepen their nuclear assessments. So I think once again this is only a lie.
Okay, you think it lacks integrity on the side of Iranians, those talks that are likely to take place.
Yes.
Colonel Shukla, coming to you, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just consolidating to say that Iran is in a position right now that one object which he was trying to defend, that has gone. Now the second objective of Western power is that the regime change, or they want to go to alternative government. So Iranian government has to satisfy their people that we are strong, we are fighting back, and we still hold the charge. So by seeing this, presently they might have gone down, but we will be expecting at least some resistance and some attacks coming in the following days. Immediately there will be no ceasefire kind of thing is happening, definitely, but Iran is on the defensive foot back, and this is the right time we should go to the table from the western part also, because the US and Israel, whatever they wanted for last 3 months, 4 months, they were pushing Iran to take for the dialogues and sign a nuclear treaty. Now those things have already been achieved and they should conclude this situation. They should stop any more escalation, because it is not going to lead anything, and the objective has already been achieved. There are two objectives, one is strategic and one is tactic. So strategic may be defined at a later stage, but tactical targets has been achieved right now.
Yeah, I mean, there is a tremendous amount of strategic objectives that have been achieved. Entire nuclear infrastructure taken down. If Iran was, if you believe Israeli and American intelligence, not as much as American intelligence, but Israeli intelligence, that the Iranians, I beg your pardon, were close to getting a nuclear bomb. Now, of course, they are pushed back by at least a decade. Ariella, right? Do you think that should translate into a lot of years of peace in the Middle East?
Yes, we hope for that. I'm sure that this will begin the understanding, and that Iran will understand that it's not in its former place, and that Israel, as it said, as it eliminated the Hezbollah and the heads of the Hamas and the Houthis and so on, that Iran will understand that it has to go through diplomatic efforts. And yes, I think we're in it's a new chapter of history. And all I can say is God bless America, God bless Israel. And I'm very happy of what has happened in this Rising Line operation.
And what are the chances, Ariella, that after these strikes, Israel could stand isolated in the Arab world, given the talks that were there of Abraham Accords 2.0? You think there could be a setback for that because there would be some attempt at Islamic unity now?
I don't see any, when I look at the television and I read the newspapers, I don't hear anything from the UAE, from Saudi Arabia. I see that everybody's silent. I think everybody understands, and everybody may not say what they feel, but everybody knows that Iran cannot be a nuclear state, and they destabilize the region, the Middle East, and the world. So they don't have to say anything, but their action and their silence says a lot.
Oh, you're saying they're silent, which means, according to you, that silence is an acquiescence and that they sort of are winking at what has happened, right? They're okay with what has happened to Iran.
I hope so. I'm not a specialist of the Middle East. I understand as a citizen of State of Israel what I see around when I read, and I understand. And this is the feeling in the streets of Israel, that everybody is happy that Israel did the work for them. If it's Europe, if it's the other countries in the Middle East. So I'm happy that this is the outcome. And let's wait. Let's see the outcome in the couple years ahead of us, and then we will know if it succeeded or not.
All right. And Colonel Shukla, you think that this is also what Ariella is suggesting, that the other Gulf states are winking at this and they're not making any strong statements? Of course, because it's United States now and they cannot be seen to be, taking on Uncle Sam. And also because Iran's bomb is essentially seen as the Shia bomb, and so the Saudis and the Emiratis and the Qataris, they are okay if this has happened.
See, regional conflict may be a different case, and regional politics must be there and always be there. But you see how the thing started. When in 7 October, when the terrorist attack was launched and there was a slaughter scene and all the terrorist activity which was seen on the TV channel live to all over the world, that is a time, if you see, Middle East is now no more those states which used to be fighting a physical war with Israel just for the sake of tolerance. Today, they are a progressive society. They understand what's going around and they want to support the correct things. They want to support the progress and development. Taking all those points in consideration, they have taken a middle path. They want to, they are provocating, pushing for the peace, but at the same time, they also oppose these terrorist activities. And when Israel is taking strong action to defeat these terrorist activities and going to the head of these terrorists where they are being supported, yes, there is a support from the Middle East countries who are progressive societies, and there has been some statement which has been given by the around 21 countries have issued a statement there where they are looking for a peace and they are looking for a siege down. But yes, they are not going to participate directly in the war and they are not supporting anybody. They are looking a peaceful environment in their environment.
Obviously, and in fact, closer home, there has been an important development, which is that the National Investigation Agency has arrested 2 individuals in Kashmir for harboring Pak terrorists. And in fact, it's been conclusively proved following their interrogation that the 3 terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam terror attack were indeed Pakistani nationals, Pakistani citizens, and they were in fact Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, and that only they carried out the terror attack. So the bluff of who killed those innocent tourists in Pahalgam has been called out with these arrests. That's going to be our second focus, in fact. But as of now, we are continuing with our broadcast of the emerging situation in the Middle East with the United States having carried out targeted strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities at 3 places. The Fordo, which was the most difficult one, perhaps as discussed, about 100 meters under the ground. And then, of course, also the more famous ones, the biggest one at Natanz, and the second one with some ancillary production facilities at Isfahan. All of them, in fact, in areas which are mountainous and not easy to access. In fact, in the case of Fordo, it was only the United States that could have carried out its complete destruction, given its nature, that it was deep inside, and the bunker buster bombs needed to reach that deep were available or are available only with the United States, not with Israel. So effectively, the Americans coming to the rescue of Israel. Ariella, how's the situation on the ground? It's been about 6-7 hours. Are you seeing calm prevail? There have been a couple of strikes of Iranian missiles, but you think that's the only distance that Iran can travel now, and that ultimately over the next couple of days we might see normalcy returning?
Well, yesterday, following the strike, the Home Front Command of Israel tightened the guidelines to the citizens of Israel. And if we were allowed to do there was at least a couple of restrictions. Now it has returned to the highest rank. So we are sure that the morning missile attacks on the state of Israel is only the beginning. And we understand that there will be more launches today or tomorrow. I think it depends on the stress of the regime when they have nothing already to lose, and they want to also show the people that everything is exactly the same and that they are a strong country, and they don't, I'm sure, convey the exact situation to their people. And but in the near future, I feel that there will be more strikes on the state of Israel due to the operation and due to the bombing of the U.S. on the nuclear installations this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'm also going through some reports which suggest that the Iranians anticipating the American move, given the fact that it was very publicly done, except for the exact timing of the strikes, the movement of the B-2 bombers, the talk of Fordo and taking down of that, and even Donald Trump saying, I might not do, not in 2 days, but maybe in 14 days. So it was anyway going to happen. So the Iranians, perhaps, there is no confirmation yet, but conjecture based on some open source information through satellite imagery, for example, that the Iranians might have evacuated a lot of equipment from these facilities that we are going to break with more detail on the other side of a quick short break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho बेफिकर.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
All right, welcome back, friends. Ariela Rosenthal continues to be with us from Ashdod in Israel. She is Director of International Relations. And we also have Major Samal Paltur, and Colonel Shukla continues to be with us. But I want to begin this bulletin with a live update from Israel, where Ratnadeep Chakrabarti is reporting from Tel Aviv for us. Ratnadeep, coming back to you, you were earlier showing us pictures of the place where an Iranian missile has struck early in the we had seen pictures you sent of an Iranian missile strike in Tel Aviv from earlier in the morning. Ratnadeep, if you are getting me, can you tell us what's the latest insofar as Iranian response on Israeli territory is concerned?
So currently, I'm standing right opposite to the building which got affected. There's a direct hit right opposite to where I was. There's a building which nearly is destroyed. And here next to me is a building which I can probably pan my camera and show to you on the other side. If you see, most of the building is actually destroyed. The glass pieces are shattered. The citizens are currently being evacuated. The team of Makin David and the fire team is still working to get as many citizens out as possible. And this is the center where the ballistic missile hit this morning. Just maybe 50 meters away, it's a hit. And this is one of these tall rise buildings that you can see, which was affected this morning with the ballistic missile hit.
Yeah, Ratnadeep, this seems like a massive, massive destruction. I mean, are you getting a sense that it was a huge missile? And what's the sense of people who might have been affected because of this? Were they all evacuated in time?
So yes, if I show you my camera from the other side, you can see a lot of people here. These are the citizens. I wouldn't want to show their faces now, but they are being evacuated currently at this point of time as we speak from the building. And most of the neighborhood around this place has been evacuated because this is one of the neighborhoods in North Tel Aviv which got hit. This house is still intact. There are houses in front which have been closed, but almost of them have been collapsed. As a lot of the residents were telling me, this was a direct hit, not a sharpener, but a direct hit on a neighborhood, and hence the impact has been so high.
All right, the impact has been high. Ratndeep, but otherwise, can we say that as of now the situation is calm, that no further red alerts, no further sirens going on, and that Iran might have lost the intensity of its attack, might have lost the sharpness of its attack after American strikes?
So we had a few drone attacks in the morning in the northern Israel, but drones take several hours to come. So it might be on probability that this was before the American strike on Iran happened. But in the morning, we had two sirens. And after that, maybe in the last couple of hours, it's been quite calm. The streets here in North Tel Aviv is not calm because there has been evacuation, the roads are blocked. But in general, there has been no sirens as of now in the last couple of hours, I can say.
All right, so what we can safely say is, Ratndeep, that while Iranians did carry out some strikes, but it's likely that those were from before the American bombings, and Iran perhaps now is more concerned about tackling the fallout back home. Let me take this to Samar Paltur. Yeah, go ahead, Ratndeep. First you and then Samar Paltur.
No, sure. I was just saying the drones were, of course, before the Americans actually hit. And I was telling in the morning, we did expect the country was well prepared with it. The Home Front Command here issued a notice anyways to make sure that only emergency protocols are being followed here. The public transport has been running on an emergency mode. So the country was prepared anyways for this strike.
Okay, we also have Asher Friedman joining us from Israel. He's former Israeli strategic affairs official and executive director of the Misgav Institute for National Security. Very good morning to you there, Mr. Friedman. And your first assessment of what has happened over the last few hours, American bombings, Iranian retaliatory strikes, where is it headed to?
Good morning from Jerusalem. This is a historic day. This is a historic day for the fight against terror, for the fight against nuclear threats, for the fight against radical regimes. Now, even before the US strikes, Israel's campaign has been remarkably successful, which I think leads to some surprise in some corners when Iran is able to successfully strike a building like we just saw with your reporter in Tel Aviv. To be clear, Israel has managed to intercept about 90% of Iran's ballistic missiles, about 99% of its UAVs. They've taken out, over the last few hours, they've taken out another 8 rocket launchers. We've eliminated about 40% of Iran's missile launchers. But Israel's defenses are not hermetic. They're not 100%. There will be hits in these heavily populated civilian areas and civilian targets. But Israel's operation to date, and certainly the U.S. strike this morning or late last night on the 3 nuclear sites, specifically Bordeaux, is an incredibly important day for all those who want to see a future of stability for the Middle East without an Iranian nuclear threat.
Yeah, I mean, stay with us, Mr. Friedman. We are, I'm told, getting some pictures, and the pictures are of one of the nuclear facilities, I believe Isfahan or Natanz, and these are from a day or at least a day before the American strikes overnight, and it's likely that a lot of those places were already evacuated. Can we cut to those pictures? Yes, these are the pictures. The Fordo satellite imagery, and this is from before the strikes by the Americans, and they suggest a lot of logistical movement. We can see those trucks dotting those roads or highways, and there are multiple pictures. This is another. And the movement of those trucks suggests that, if not all, some parts of the facility at Fordo were taken out. So, Mr. Friedman, you think that moving the centrifuges, which is the most critical and key component, and the whole fight is about taking out the centrifuges, because they are the component where the uranium gets enriched for making it relevant for nuclear war and nuclear weapons. You think, look at the number of trucks, these pictures, and they are in scores, if not more, lined up to perhaps move out some of the infrastructure, some of the material from the facilities. And so obviously the most key component, centrifuges, would obviously be moved out because that's what needs to be protected. Mr. Friedman, you think that Iran could have moved out those centrifuges from Fordo facility before the American strikes?
What is most important is the facility as a whole, the guarded, the dug underground facility as a whole, and that was likely destroyed. Israel's intelligence has proven to be absolutely incredible, targeting the factories that are creating the metal works for the engine parts for the ballistic missiles in the heart of Tehran. If indeed there are now trucks driving around with these centrifuges on them, I think in short order, they too will be destroyed, as Israel has managed to take out specific rocket launchers, missile launchers, as they're preparing to fire. Once the capabilities are above ground, they become easy targets for Israel and for the United States.
All right, you mean to say that they might not have done it? If they have done it, then obviously you will have intelligence to take it down even faster.
The difficulty, the only reason that Israel had a challenge with Fordo, right? We took out Natanz, we took out a bunch of parts of Isfahan, Arak, was because Fordo is deep, deep underground. So you need the B-2s and the bunker busters in order to reach them. Once something is above ground, they become, as we've shown over the last, with the taking out 30 Iranian commanders, taking about half of Iran's missile launchers, they become relatively easy targets for Israel.
Oh, of course, absolutely. In which case, where are we headed to? You think Israel would continue to persist and make sure that Iran's capacity to target Israel is completely defanged? So while we hear that Iranians had about 2,000 missiles when this war started, if it's depleted to say about half, are you going to continue to engage with Iran militarily through kinetic means till the time that all these remaining missiles are also gone?
Israel's goal is for there to be no longer an Iranian existential threat towards Israel, whether that's nuclear or ballistic. Now, in a theory, the Iranian regime could announce that we are now giving up our nuclear and ballistic capabilities, and that could end the war. I believe that's very unlikely. And therefore, Israel, which controls the skies of Tehran, of Iran, will continue its operation. I think that we'll see limited Iranian strikes against U.S. targets in the region as a way to try to preserve its dignity, in a sense. I think that, though, they will be very, very careful, and they will try their best to avoid provoking an all-out war with the United States with President Trump, because they know that would be disastrous. In the end of the day, Israel is not looking for war's sake. Israel is looking to end the existential threat that Iran was building. And once that happens, either with a deal, which again is highly unlikely, as we know, Iran was doubling its amount of enriched uranium over the last 3 months, or more likely through the continuation of the kinetic strikes until the job is done, Israel will remove this threat.
All right. In fact, you are suggesting that now that this has happened, and if the Iranians so choose and pull back, then maybe Israel can also pull back.
Again, yeah, it's certainly possible. Again, if Israel can attain its goal of assuring its security, right? The Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, put a clock in the middle of Tehran, counting down the minutes until he believed that Israel will be destroyed. And then he went ahead and increased his enriched uranium by 50%. They were trying to increase their ballistic missiles. You mentioned they had 2,000 or 2,500. They were looking to build capabilities to produce 80,000 ballistic missiles in a number of years. Once those capabilities are removed, kinetically or diplomatically,
80,000 you said?
Israel has no reason to continue the war.
80,000 you said, Friedman? 80,000? 80?
Iran's plans for increasing, it currently had about 2,500. Before the war, it had about 2,500. Probably about 1,000, 1,500 have now been either used or eliminated. But we know that Iran was looking to greatly expand its production capability with the goal of increasing its arsenal, certainly to 50,000, 80,000. And Israel was there. That would be an existential threat to Israel. And therefore, Israel needed to act now in order to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, all right, absolutely. And on that note, can I go to Samarpal Tour before we get more information more ground reports, more breaking news development. Major Tour, you are closely tracking the developments. Militarily speaking, are you looking at escalation or de-escalation now?
It's going to be escalation. Basically, Yemen has given a formal statement saying it is entering the war, and in the Strait of Hormuz, it is going to curb all movements of American ships and those trading ships with the USA and that of Israel. So this is a very worrying trend, and Indian ships are also on target. So you see, this is going to hamper the global supply chain management. It is going to increase inflation at a very high rate. And thirdly, you see, Haifa port has taken enormous damage. So the functionality of Haifa port is again in question. So keeping all these factors in mind, and this is a very major trade route which goes via Europe. So it is going to affect all the countries, and I'm very sure that the G7 is not happy with the developments which is taking place. There has been a very serious statement given by Vladimir Putin saying that the world is now heading towards World War III. So let us read between the lines, Abhishek. Iranian nuclear program wasn't built in a day. It had taken them decades of hard work, research for peaceful purposes. But the place where Iran faltered was it kept buying time. Whenever they were told to negotiate, they kept quiet. They never came ahead to put any proposal in terms of the talks. And when day 61 came on 13th of June, IAEA confirmed that Iran has been a perpetual defaulter for a non-nuclear proliferation treaty, NPT. Violations have been taken place. And so I'm telling you, in the coming days, there will be opening of the Pandora box, which would lead to North Korea's scientists being involved in the Iranian program. There are 600 Russians already deployed in Bushehr nuclear plant, which has been declared for civilian use. But for civilian use, why do you need 600 Russians to be stationed in Bushehr nuclear plant?
Major Tour, absolutely. In fact, we had Putin on record, President Putin of Russia on record, say that the Russians are not leaving Bushehr nuclear plant. But we have this breaking news, which is that Iran has written a strong letter to the United Nations Security Council urging for an urgent meeting to deliberate on the evolving situation after what it calls US aggression. Obviously it is, and the United States has hit with massive bombs and missiles, 30 missiles, Tomahawk missiles launched from submarines, possibly in the Arabian Sea or the Mediterranean, we don't know, but those Tomahawks, which some of them possibly flew over the Pakistani airspace, and clear indication that the meeting that Trump had with Asim Munir in the White House was not to reward Pakistan in manner, but to make it fall in line with American military objectives in Iran. And like a true poodle, Pakistan has obliged. So that's the situation as of now. The Security Council has been informed. Most likely it is going to meet in today itself in New York. And remember, it's still nighttime in the United States, and we have few hours. In fact, before the United Nations Security Council can meet, there would be a full-fledged press conference by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth along with the military leadership, and that's slated for 8 a.m. Eastern Time, which is the Washington, D.C. time, which should be about 5:30 p.m. IST or Indian Standard Time. And we can expect more details in terms of what kind of ammo was used, how much of those famed bunker buster bombs were used, and now information coming in that Oman has criticized the US for those strikes. So we have those kind of statements coming in from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, now from Oman, and essentially these nations coming out with very formal statements condemning these strikes. They were silent till now, and we are yet to see whether this is just lip service, as it happens in case of similar episodes of strikes and attacks. But is it more substantial? Because remember, there are local political dynamics or geopolitical dynamics of the Middle East and the Gulf nations also involved.
And Abhishek, there are 4 US military bases in Oman.
Yeah.
As we speak.
Yeah.
So you see, these are the nations which are already providing US military bases. So these countries, for example, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Cyprus, Turkey and Iraq, they have the presence of American soldiers on ground. They have the airstrips which are already under American control. But what if either of these Gulf nation goes rogue?
Okay.
What if they do not permit the Americans to carry out further aerial attacks on Iran? Or what if the Iranian militia conspires with the militia in these countries and attacks the American bases? So the vulnerability has increased multifold.
Yeah, of course, vulnerabilities have increased, but at the same time, we don't know whether how much of war machine is left with Iran to sustain this these counter strikes. We in fact have more ground reports from Tel Aviv filed by Ratnadeep. Let's have a look at them.
I'm very close to the site where the Iranian ballistic missile hit this morning in North Tel Aviv. You can see behind me, the building is completely destroyed. The windows are shattered. You can see a lot of the structures of the building are falling apart, and this area is completely cordoned off, and the citizens are now asked to evacuate off this building right now. The Magen David Dome, the police are still carrying out rescue operations. The residents who are living in the apartment have been asked to evacuate, and the fire services and the ambulance team is still on ground looking at the situation and trying to clear the area out. A missile that hit around 300 meters away from this place had a huge impact on this neighboring area. Let me show you in North Tel Aviv currently what's the situation, especially after the missile hit. You can see glass pieces around me, if I can show the camera from here. And most of that area is closed right now, and a lot of residents here have been asked to move because a lot of damage to the infrastructure has been caused due to the direct impact. There are glass pieces everywhere, and I have to be a little careful while I show you on the other side. Let me try to pan my camera and show you there are some local shops nearby, and most of them have been affected, and the glasses and the covers have been destroyed as well.
All right, the US president who wanted a Nobel Prize just 24 hours back for avoiding wars or stopping wars has just ventured into one by carrying out those bombings inside Iran. On that note, we slip into a short break, coming back with a rolling coverage of the Iran-Israel war and the American involvement on the other side. Be right back.